Chapter 967. No one knew when he had appeared here. He was wearing a long, dark green robe, which made him look even more handsome and demonic. Especially those eyes that were faintly blood red, like a demon or an immortal. They were extremely dangerous, as if they could completely devour people at any time. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, containing a smile, but it was unfathomable. It seemed that he had been here for a while. Chu Liuyue's mind raced. Jun Zheching had most likely seen everything that had just happened. But perhaps because he was too strong, his aura was hidden very well, so no one had noticed him before. Mu Hongyu and the others were all shocked when they saw Jun Zheching suddenly appear. What would they do if he told everyone about this? One had to know that Prince Baiming's words were absolutely powerful testimony. Both sides fell into a short silence, as if even the air had frozen. After a while, Chu Liyue naturally put away the long yuan sword in his hand and smiled faintly at Jun Zheching. "Your Highness, I didn't expect to meet you here." "What a coincidence." Jun Zheching looked at the girl in front of him. She had coincidentally seen the burning of the corpse, but her expression didn't change at all. She was indeed exactly the same as before. Even if she changed her physical body and face, her temperament and character would still be the same. Thinking of this, Jun Zheching couldn't help but laugh. "Yes. I was just walking around and noticed that there was movement here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to bump into a good show." He touched his chin. "If I'm not mistaken, Tan Tai-Chen should have known by now, right? If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But Tantai Ruoli was his only daughter and the apple of his eye. If he knew his precious daughter was killed in the ancient Phoenix Mountain, what would his expression be?" Chu Liuyue's face was calm. "How would I know what expression he would have? If your Highness is so concerned about him, it would be better to go out and comfort him. However, we still have things to do, so we won't talk much. Your Highness, please go ahead." As she spoke, she directly turned around and lifted her chin at Mu Hongyu and the others. "Let's go." After speaking, she actually lifted her feet and walked forward. Anyway, Jun Zheching had seen it, so there was nothing to argue about. Moreover, she didn't think that this person was someone who could be negotiated with. So, she simply said nothing. Jun Zheching raised his brows slightly as his figure moved and blocked Chu Liuyue's path. "Aren't you afraid that I will accidentally say something? I don't care about the others, but this is the order of the eldest princess of the country. If she was careless, it would cause a dispute." She really didn't care? Chu Liyue looked up slightly, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. "Your Highness the Crown Prince wants to use this to threaten me? Don't you think it's unnecessary?" Her father was trapped in his hands. Why would she care about this? Jun Zheching was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite open-minded." Chu Liyue couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. She directly turned around and planned to walk around him. If it weren't for the fact that she had been to the study and seen that scene, she would definitely have fought with Jun Zheching. However, she obviously couldn't do it now. Mu Hongyu and the others looked at each other. Previously, Jun Zheching acted as if he knew Chu Liyue. Now, it seemed that there was something wrong. However, seeing that Chu Liyue didn't want to say anything more and directly left, the three of them didn't say anything and just followed silently. Wu Ming's injuries were the most serious. Mu Hongyu and Yuan Jinghong each supported him and walked forward. "Your Highness." At this moment, another shout came from midair. Then, a few figures quickly landed in front of Jun Zheching. They were the other four people from the Baiming dynasty. "Your Highness, you walked too fast just now. I had to chase after you for a while before I could catch up. Please forgive me, Your Highness," one of the young men said while panting. Although the others didn't say anything, they seemed to be in the same condition. It was obvious that they had spent a lot of effort to rush here. These people were considered top geniuses. However, compared to Jun Zheching, they were still far behind. Jun Zheching smiled evilly. He didn't seem to care. "It's fine. Chu Luyue heard this and narrowed her eyes. However, she didn't stop walking. She continued to lead the others forward. It was obvious that she didn't want to be involved in their business. Your Highness, are they, from the Tianling dynasty? They finally realized that Jun Jiuqing had been looking at the people who were leaving. Only then did they focus their attention. Isn't that Sheng Wanyu? One of the young men couldn't help but mumble. Although they had only seen her once or twice, she was too eye-catching. No matter where she stood, she would become the focus of everyone's attention. I clearly remember that she said she wouldn't come in. Did she change her mind in the end? That can't be, right? I've seen the other two people from the Tianling dynasty before. They've been here since the beginning. Another person retorted. As soon as he said that, the others realized that something was wrong and looked at each other. That's right. They had been here for a few days. Moreover, they had seen 5 people from the Tianling dynasty before this. Among them, there wasn't any Sheng Wanyu. How did she appear here? The few of them were puzzled. However, Chu Luyue and the others didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Everything will be clear once we get out. The young man standing at the front retracted his gaze and scanned the surroundings. His expression became serious. Your Highness, what happened here just now? Why is it like this? The ground was full of gravel, the ground had collapsed, and there were messy bloodstains. Anyone who saw it would know that a great battle had just taken place here. Previously, it seemed like the people from the Taiyu dynasty were coming here. Why didn't I see them? Yes. Weren't they, chasing after the people from the Tianling dynasty? The only woman among them took 2 steps to the side. She looked vigilant, as if she wanted to investigate carefully. This doesn't seem like a mark left behind by ordinary flames. She carefully examined the scorched ground and looked up at Chu Luyue and the others. Her eyes were full of undisguised suspicion. Could it be that the people from the Taiyu dynasty and the Tianling dynasty were fighting just now? When Mu Hongyu and the others heard this, they all froze. Although they had done it very discreetly, it was inevitable that some traces would be left behind. This woman was so powerful. She only took a few glances and quickly made a deduction. If they didn't draw the line now, when they found out that the people from the Taiyu dynasty were all dead, they would definitely associate it with them. Chu Luyue stopped in her tracks and turned around. Just as she was about to say something, Jun Jiuqing spoke first. He smiled lazily and said, "That's right. That's right." The good show just now was indeed a fight between the two sides. Chu Liyue's hands suddenly clenched in her sleeves. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 968. There was a moment of dead silence. Jun Jiuqing didn't seem to notice the change in the atmosphere at all. He only narrowed his eyes, which were like a pair of crescent moons, emitting specks of red light. Unfortunately, Tai Yu's group was too incompetent. They couldn't even defeat a divine beast, so they fled in a hurry. Chu Liyue's hand slowly loosened, and his palm was sweaty. Mu Hongyu and the rest also heaved sighs of relief without any change in their expressions. Fortunately, you said that the people from Taiyu dynasty were chased away by a divine beast? The woman seemed to be very surprised, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Jun Jiuqing chuckled. Red-tailed red phoenix, don't you recognize it? The few of them looked over and indeed saw a palm-sized crimson fiend nestled on Sheng Guanyu's shoulder. Judging from its size, it seemed to be the legendary red-tailed red phoenix. Yes, there seems to be a rumor saying that that person contracted a divine beast. Another young man couldn't help but mutter softly. The Baiming dynasty and the Tianling dynasty were far apart, and the two sides rarely interacted with each other. However, they would more or less know about the major events that happened in the surrounding dynasties. Especially after knowing that the Crown Prince had personally invited the people from the Tianling dynasty to the ancient Phoenix Mountain this time, they were even more curious and discussed it in private. Among them, the one that was discussed the most was naturally the new Tianling emperor in front of them, Sheng Guanyu. After all, everything about her was too amazing. With the help of such a divine beast, it was no wonder that they could defeat the people from Taiyu dynasty. Hearing this, the woman looked carefully again. Qing Dai, this seems to be the mark left behind by the red-tailed red phoenix. The young man beside her whispered. Qing Dai nodded, but she still frowned, feeling that something was wrong. However, since the crown prince had already said so, there was nothing to doubt. Thus, she could only suppress the doubts in her heart. It's just a small matter, Your Highness. Chu Lua spoke in a very polite tone. He was like a completely different person from before. Jun Zhiqing's smile deepened. Although she was smiling and her attitude was polite, he didn't need to think to know that she was cursing him fiercely in her heart. In front of so many people, there were still many things to consider. Thinking of this, Jun Zhiqing's mood immediately improved. Not at all. I was bored staying on the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Encountering this matter just so happened to relieve my boredom. He was probably the only one here who could say such words so casually. Chu Luan knew that he was referring to her. She narrowed her eyes dangerously, but in the end, she suppressed her emotions. After these few tests, he was basically sure that there was something wrong with Jun Zhiqing. And it wasn't a small problem. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid contact with such people. She raised her eyebrows slightly and laughed as well. It's good that Your Highness doesn't mind. However, we have important matters to attend to and can't delay any longer. We'll take our leave first. After saying that, she cupped her hands and left with Mu Hongyu and the others. She was straightforward and didn't hesitate at all. Jun Zhiqing snorted softly. How could it be so easy to get rid of him? Qing Dai glanced at Jun Zhiqing from the corner of her eye and was slightly stunned. He was looking at the backs of the few people who were leaving. His expression was as lazy and evil as usual. However, those mesmerizing eyes of his seemed to have a focus at this moment. He was looking at one of the people. Almost instantly, Qing Dai immediately guessed that he was looking at Sheng Guanyu. In fact, from the beginning, she had already sensed that the crown prince treated that woman very differently. He seemed to have known her for a long time, and his attitude towards her was exceptionally benevolent. If it was someone else who spoke to him like this, he would definitely not have such a reaction. And those who were not pleasing to the eye might be half dead if things didn't go well. However, Sheng Guanyu was different. Everyone could tell that although she seemed to be respectful to the crown prince, that was not the case. In fact, she even seemed to be avoiding the crown prince. However, he didn't seem to care about that at all. In fact, he even indulged her. Moreover, he had never looked at anyone else with that kind of gaze. Qing Dai didn't know how to describe this feeling, but she could clearly feel it. Could it be, Qing Dai, what are you thinking about? Someone beside her asked curiously. She quickly lowered her eyes and hurriedly suppressed her thoughts. She forced a smile. Nothing. I'm just thinking that it's really enviable to be able to contract with a divine beast. The few people beside her didn't notice her abnormality and nodded in agreement. That's right. Even in our Baiming dynasty, it's extremely rare to have a divine beast. This is really due to luck, right? I heard that she was killed by someone. Later on, I don't know how, but she actually came back alive. I don't think the word luck can describe this. I've heard some rumors as well. It seems like she was forced to a dead end by her fiancé and sister. In the end, she chose to kill herself. Speaking of which, it's quite tragic. Are you done? The few of them were discussing in low voices when Jun Zhiqing's cold voice suddenly sounded and interrupted their conversation. When they looked up, Jun Zhiqing was still smiling. However, there seemed to be wind and frost gathering in between his eyebrows, which sent chills down their spines. This was a sign that he was about to get angry. Yes, I'm done. I'm at fault. I shouldn't have said so much. Your Highness, please forgive us. The few of them realized that something was wrong and hurriedly admitted their mistakes. However, Jun Joching's face was still very gloomy. Next time, if I hear these words again, I won't be able to keep your tongues. Yes. Yes. The few of them did not expect Jun Joching to be so angry all of a sudden. They were a little flustered for a moment. At the same time, they finally realized that Shang Guanyu was not someone to be trifled with. They did not know why His Highness treated her like this. Qing Dai pursed her lips and looked down to hide the sadness in her eyes. Jun Joching looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. It's almost time. Chu Luiyue and the rest of them walked for quite a distance. After making sure that they had completely separated from the rest of the people, they finally stopped by a river to rest. First, she roughly treated the wounds on their bodies and distributed some pills to each of them. Fortunately, she had a lot of pills in her universe ring, so it was much more convenient for her. Lu Yu, why do you have so many pills with you? Mu Hongyu swallowed the pills and circulated her force according to the method Chu Luiyue taught her. As expected, she felt much better. She could not help but ask. Although she was a celestial physician, she still had a lot of things with her. Chu Luiyue blinked his eyes and gently rotated the universe ring. A smile bloomed on his lips. Actually, I didn't pack a lot of things. Most of them were prepared by Rong Xiu. Digression, Rong Xiu, a must-have man for home and travel. Please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 969. The cosmic ring that he had given her previously contained almost all kinds of items. There was no lack of precious pills and treasures among them. It was just the right time to use them. Mu Hongyu chuckled. I've long said that King Li treats you differently. Tell me, was it because of you that Prince Li moved to the academy? If he didn't care about her, how could he be so considerate and considerate? Chu Luiyue bent her fingers and lightly knocked her forehead. If you have the time to think about this, why don't you recuperate and recover your strength? That way, we can find Jian Fengqi and little Zhou as soon as possible. At the mention of this, Mu Hongyu and company's expressions became serious. They had been pursued by the people from the Taiyu dynasty, so they didn't know what happened to those two. Lu Yu, we've already crushed our Jin Lingzi. We can't contact them. How's your side? Chu Luiyue rubbed the Jin Lingzi on his wrist as his eyes narrowed. The two of them also crushed their Jin Lingzi after you guys. It's also because of this that I forced my way in. What? The few of them looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the matter. Chu Luiyue looked up and glanced in a certain direction. They should still be there. I don't know how the situation is. Let's rest for a while before rushing over. The two of them are very strong. How could they? Yuan Jinghong frowned, puzzled. Besides, we're in such a sorry state because we've been pursued by the people from the Taiyu dynasty since the beginning. But how could the two of them? Could it be that they encountered the same situation as us? A total of 5 dynasties came in. After some calculations, the only ones who might attack them are probably from the East Com dynasty. Chu Luiyue shook his head. We can't make a conclusion without seeing it with our own eyes. Besides, there might be danger everywhere on ancient Phoenix Mountain. That being said, Chu Luiyue wasn't too optimistic. Needless to say, Xiao Zhou grew up in the southern border, so he should be able to move around freely in a place like this. As for Jian Fengqi, he was lazy and carefree. If he could win a fight, he would fight; if he couldn't, he would run. He was someone who would never allow himself to be in danger. To be able to force the two of them into such a desperate situation. It was probably not an ordinary problem. However, Chu Luiyue did not say this out loud. He just tried his best to let the 3 of them recover. Mu Hongyu's condition was the best. She only had some superficial wounds, which didn't affect her much. One of Yuan Jinghong's legs was broken. Chu Luiyue helped him reattach it, bandaged it, and fed him medicine. Although his legs were not nimble, he was still in good spirits. The most serious one was Wu Ming. In order to save Mu Hongyu and Yuan Jinghong, he had suffered too many injuries. Among them, the most important was that his spleen was severely ruptured. This directly led to the loss of a piece of the 5 treasures that he had worked so hard to open up, making it difficult to connect the circulation of the force in his body. This was an immeasurable blow to a cultivator. The 5 treasures that he had worked so hard to establish were suddenly missing a part of them. It would have a great impact on his recovery and future cultivation. It was even very likely that he would not be able to move forward. However, Wu Ming himself was very open-minded about this matter. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm already very lucky to be able to keep my life. I don't dare to hope for anything else." Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him disapprovingly. "You don't care, but I do. I originally brought you here to let you take the opportunity to improve your strength, not to throw away your lives. If you were to become crippled, wouldn't that be a great loss for me?" Wu Ming knew that she was consoling him and could not help but laugh bitterly. "However, the 5 treasures are bound together for good or ill. How can they be repaired properly?" Chu Luiyue laughed softly. "This body of mine used to have a damaged Yuan meridian and was a genuine good-for-nothing. Isn't it fine now? It's not like your 5 treasures are all damaged. It's just a part of them. It's not a big problem." Wu Ming was somewhat skeptical. "Is Your Majesty speaking the truth?" Chu Luiyue looked up slightly. Her dark jade-like eyes were calm and reassuring. That trace of worry in Wu Ming's heart suddenly vanished into thin air. He pursed his lips. "I'll listen to Your Majesty's arrangements." Only then did Chu Luiyue nod in satisfaction. "Rest first. After 2 days, when you've recovered slightly, you can undergo further treatment." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chu Luiyue smiled. She suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you 6 days ago? Did you encounter any fortuitous encounters?" They all shook their heads. "Not long after we entered, we were chased by those people from the Taiyu dynasty. We couldn't care less about anything else." Chu Luiyue agreed. When their lives were at stake, how could they care about such things? "But," Yuan Jinghong said hesitantly, "I feel that the density of force on this mountain seems to be much thinner than when we first arrived." "Yes. I have the same feeling." Mu Hongyu quickly nodded in agreement. Chu Luiyue was somewhat surprised. "Are you sure?" When she entered, she found that the density of force here was several times higher than outside. How could it be thinner than before? Then how terrifying was it at the very beginning? As if seeing through Chu Luiyue's thoughts, Yuan Jinghong explained. "Actually, it's not that the force has become thinner everywhere. It's, he scratched his head as if he didn't know how to describe it. Then, he patted his head and pointed in another direction. "Look over there." Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. Yuan Jinghong was referring to the highest and most precipitous mountain here. And the top of the mountain seemed to have been shaved off by something. It was very neat and flat. At this moment, they were still several mountain peaks away from the other side. The main peak of ancient Phoenix Mountain? Chu Luiyue knew that that was the real ancient Phoenix Mountain. It was also the place where Dark North Taizu successfully broke through and entered the God Realm. The reason why that mountain was flat was said to be because of that Dark North Taizu's palm. Yes. That's it. These few days, all the force seems to be rushing towards that place. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat and she closed her eyes. She used her divine sense to check the surroundings carefully. The vast mountain range was filled with rich force of heaven and earth. At this moment, it seemed to be attracted by some kind of force. It was slowly but surely moving towards that mountain peak. After a moment, she opened her eyes and nodded seriously. That's right. The force of heaven and earth is indeed rushing towards that place. If I'm not wrong, 3 elements as one will appear on that mountain peak in 9 days. That's right. I almost forgot about that. Yuan Jinghong laughed a little embarrassedly. Mu Hongyu looked around and hesitantly asked, "What's wrong?" "Lu Yu, that's the opposite direction from where Jian Fengqi and the others are." Which direction should we go first? Chu Luiyue said without hesitation. Let's find them first. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 970. Ancient Phoenix Mountain's main peak was 3 essences as one. When the time came, the closer they were, the more benefits they would receive. If they were lucky enough, they would be able to receive an endless amount of force and break through directly. Of course, the most important point was that the secret of the northern underworld Taizu entering the divine realm was very likely to be hidden on that main peak. Even if they were able to get a glimpse of it, it would be extremely beneficial. Which cultivator in the world would not want to reach a higher level? This was undoubtedly a huge temptation. However, Chu Luiyue still chose to look for Jian Fengqi and Chang Wanzhou without hesitation. Mu Hongyu knew her the best. When they were in the academy, they had experienced life and death together. Hence, she was not surprised to see her make such a decision. She only nodded vigorously. However, Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming were still a little surprised. If it were someone else, they might not have made such a choice. After all, ancient Phoenix Mountain only opened once every 1,000 years. Such an opportunity was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, she still made such a choice. It was impossible to say that they were not touched. However, Chu Luiyue did not seem to care much about this. She only treated it as an ordinary choice. Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming looked at each other and saw the surging emotions in each other's eyes. However, the two of them did not say anything and tacitly quieted down. After resting for a while, Chu Luiyue stood up. Dumpling. Swoosh. With the sound of wings flapping, Dumpling quickly returned to its original size from a small bird. Chu Luiyue took the lead and jumped up, then called for the other 3 to follow. When all of them were standing on Dumpling's back, Chu Luiyue patted Dumpling's head lightly. Let's go. Dumpling flapped its wings and rose up. It quickly flew forward. The red figure streaked across the sky like a burning line of fire, quickly spreading into the distance. About an hour later, Chu Luiyue felt that Jean Lingzi's special aura was getting stronger. Her expression turned cold. They were almost there. She looked down and saw that there was a rugged canyon between the 2 mountains. There were 2 familiar figures in the canyon. Her heart stirred slightly. Screech, Dumpling let out a clear cry and quickly swooped down. But when they were about to reach the bottom, they suddenly encountered an invisible resistance. Dumpling's speed had obviously slowed down. Evacuate quickly. There's something strange about this space. Mu Hongyu suddenly spoke. Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming looked confused. What's strange? Mu Hongyu pointed downwards with a serious expression. The space of this inverted canyon seems to have been disturbed by some kind of power and has become somewhat chaotic. Chaos? Yuan Jinghong took a closer look. The mountains rose and fell, and the peaks were beautiful. Occasionally, a breeze would blow past, rustling the forest. This doesn't seem to be a problem. However, Chu Luiyue knitted her brows slightly and said, That's right. Dumpling, retreat. Dumpling heard this and immediately flapped its wings and quickly flew upwards. Soon, the invisible resistance disappeared. Dumpling circled above the canyon. Chu Luiyue confirmed something and turned to look at Mu Hongyu. Hongyu, you said that this space is chaotic. What do you mean? Mu Hongyu's eyes widened. Didn't you notice that the power of space here is different? A dark light flashed in Chu Luiyue's eyes. She only vaguely felt that something was wrong, but her feeling was not as clear as Mu Hongyu's. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. You have the faint yuan body, and your control of space is far superior to ordinary people. This is probably why you can feel this. Mu Hongyu was stunned. Is that so? Ever since she knew that she had the faint yuan body, her biggest understanding of herself was that she could teleport. In her mind, the stronger her strength, the further the distance she could teleport. She was not too sure about other things. At this moment, if not for Chu Luiyue pointing it out, she would not have realized that she had such a characteristic. She had always thought that everyone was about the same. That's right. It should be because your strength has increased a lot now, so your sensitivity to space has also increased. That's why you can clearly feel the abnormality in that space. Chu Luiyue nodded affirmatively. When the other two heard this, they suddenly understood and expressed their agreement. Among these people, only Chu Luiyue and Mu Hongyu had not broken through to become rank 7 warriors. However, Mu Hongyu's talent and advantage in this area were obviously far superior to others. What else did you feel? Tell me in detail. Chu Luiyue said as she looked down with a serious expression. When they approached earlier, she had already confirmed their identities. Logically speaking, when they flew down, they made quite a bit of noise, so the two of them should have noticed it. But until now, the two of them had not even raised their heads. This made Chu Luiyue quite worried. Upon hearing that, Mu Hongyu nodded and pointed at the canyon below. Let's make an analogy. Where we are now, the space is stable, like a piece of paper that has been evenly dyed with a color. But down there, it's filled with different spatial powers, intertwining and entangling with each other. It's the same piece of paper, but it's a mess of colors. As she spoke, she pointed to different positions. There, it's a single piece. Beside it, there are two small spaces squeezing each other. As for the other side, although it's a complete space, it's different from the others. Even though Chu Luiyue and the rest couldn't sense it completely like Mu Hongyu, they could understand a little from her description. So, just this canyon alone is filled with at least 6 to 7 different spatial powers? Yuan Jinghong asked in surprise. Mu Hongyu touched her chin. You can say that, but the actual situation is even more troublesome than this. Because these different spaces will squeeze and compete with each other, making the atmosphere of this entire space even worse. If we go in now, it will definitely be very dangerous. Then Feng Qi and the other two, the two of them were right below. But at this moment, they seemed to be sitting cross-legged on the ground with a distance between them. I don't know what they're doing. So they're in a critical situation now. They're probably trapped there and can't get out. As Mu Hongyu spoke, she looked at Chu Luiyue. Luyu, what do you think we should do next? Chu Luiyue stared at the scene below and fell into deep thought. Even though she couldn't sense it as clearly as Mu Hongyu, from the resistance just now, it was indeed harder to deal with than expected. To be able to stop Dumpling, it was enough to imagine how terrifying the power contained in this intertwining space was. At this moment, a sharp whistle was suddenly blown, rising with the wind. It was Chang Wanzhou blowing the whistle that Yuqi Song gave the two of them back then. He's asking for help. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 971. He must have encountered an even more dangerous situation. Chu Luiyue frowned and looked over. Chang Wanzhou was blowing his whistle as he struggled to stand up and walk forward. He seemed to want to leave the canyon. But just as he took a step, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. He didn't move. Only the whistle lingered in the sky for a long time. It couldn't be dismissed. A vibration came, and Chu Luiyue took out his whistle. It responded automatically. And it resonated strongly with the whistle on Chang Wanzhou's body. At this moment, Chu Luiyue suddenly realized that Chang Wanzhou was on the verge of death. Jian Fengqi, who was not far away, was probably not any better. He had to go down and save them immediately. Chu Luiyue made a prompt decision. He held the whistle tightly in his hand and looked up at them. You guys stay here. I'll go down and bring them back. No. The few of them spoke out in unison and objected. Your Majesty, this place is dangerous. How can you put yourself in danger? Wu Ming frowned. That's right. Even if someone has to go, it has to be me. Yuan Jinghong patted his chest. Don't worry, I've almost recovered. It's best if I go. Which one of you can compare to the faint Yuan body? Mu Hongyu directly used her killer move. No one knows better than me what to do after going down, right? Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming fell silent. In terms of this point alone, they really couldn't compare to Mu Hongyu. But, your current strength is not even that of a rank 7 warrior. Mu Hongyu's face darkened for a moment. The two of you are in a high realm, but do you believe that I can take care of the two of you right now? The two of them choked. Chu Luiyue patted Mu Hongyu's shoulder lightly. Let's go down together. Whether it was her or Mu Hongyu, the chances of winning were not high if they went down alone. It was best to work together and complement each other. Mu Hongyu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay. Seeing that the two people with the highest combat strength had already made their decision, the remaining two had no choice but to acquiesce. Dumpling, stay here and protect the two of them. Chu Luiyue seriously. Your Majesty, how can we do that? This time, the two of them were unwilling. This canyon was extremely dangerous, and it was already very dangerous for them to go down. If he could bring along the red-tailed red phoenix, he would at least have some confidence. How could he stay behind to protect them? Chu Luiyue glanced at them. This consort has just saved all of you. This consort doesn't want this time and energy to go to waste. But, if there's no divine beast, Yuan Hongyu. Yuan Jinghong's face flushed red, and she was really ashamed. An idea popped up in Chu Luiyue's mind, and a golden light rapidly enveloped her entire body. In the blink of an eye, it formed a golden armor. Pure gold armor? Wu Ming muttered absent-mindedly. Wasn't it rumored that this pure gold armor was damaged when Sheng Wanwan went to Dahuang Swamp? How did it appear on Her Highness' body in perfect condition? Chu Luiyue's lips curled up. Who said that I'm going alone? The few of them were all stunned. The next moment, they saw Chu Luiyue snap her fingers. The legendary three-eyed eagle. Whoosh! With the sound of a hurricane, a huge black figure appeared in front of them. It was a huge black eagle. When it spread its wings, it almost covered the sky. Its whole body was emitting a bone-chilling coldness. And there was a vertical eye on its forehead. Its eyes were cold, fierce, and disdainful. The suppressive aura around it was almost suffocating. God, God. Yuan Jinghong's face was full of shock. She pointed at the huge creature that suddenly appeared, her fingers trembling. Divine beast? Wu Ming's heart was also filled with shock because he recognized this divine beast. The legendary three-eyed eagle? This was an existence that was not inferior to the red-tailed phoenix. Her Highness summoned such a divine beast. How did she do it? Chu Luiyue leaped and landed on the back of the legendary three-eyed eagle. Hongyu, come here. Mu Hongyu was also stunned. When she heard this, she came back to her senses and hurriedly rushed over. But even when she stood on the back of the legendary three-eyed eagle, she was still confused. The legendary three-eyed eagle, divine beast. Lu Yu. With it, you should be relieved. Its speed is not inferior to dumplings. It's even faster. The legendary three-eyed eagles were originally fierce and aggressive, and their attack power was extremely strong. If they really fought, it was hard to tell who would win. No, this divine beast. What's going on? Yuan Jinghong stuttered. This was actually what Mu Hongyu and Wu Ming wanted to ask. Chu Luiyue laughed. Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is my contracted beast, the legendary three-eyed eagle. Contracted beast. Yuan Jinghong's voice suddenly rose. She turned to look at Dumpling in shock. Then what is it? Chu Luiyue said casually. It's also mine. It's also mine. Looking at the few of them doubting their lives, Chu Luiyue tilted her head. I don't think I've said that I only contracted one divine beast, right? As soon as she finished speaking, there was a dead silence. Wu Ming's eyes were dull. Mu Hongyu's body stiffened. Yuan Jinghong's mouth twitched violently. Only contracted one divine beast, listen to that. Is this something a human would say? Digression, Kaan sob. 60 Clock mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 972. Wu Ming came back to his senses, his face full of envy and admiration. Your Majesty is indeed a genius. For ordinary people, they might not even be able to see a divine beast in their lifetime, let alone form a contract with one. In the entire history of the Tianling dynasty, there were no more than 3 people who had formed a contract with a divine beast. And Chu Luiyue was not enough, there was a second one, no one would dare to believe it. Yuan Jinghong rubbed his face hard. After confirming that what he saw was real, he felt very conflicted. In the past, she had the Tianjing Yuan Meridian, and was a rare genius in the entire Tianling dynasty. Because of her existence, countless geniuses were overshadowed. Yuan Jinghong was one of them. After being defeated so many times, he accepted his fate. Some people were born stronger than you, and they were so strong that you couldn't even feel jealous of them. Who could cross the chasm that was as wide as heaven and earth? It was better to give up. Later, she was assassinated and raped to death. She changed her body and identity and started all over again. This time, it was not the Tianjing Yuan Meridian, right? This time, it was not the top-notch training she had received since she was young, right? This time, she could surpass him, even if it was just a little bit, right? When Yuan Jinghong found out that his realm was much higher than hers, he was happy for a few days. Although he knew that she would surpass him in the future, he still wanted to enjoy these happy days as much as possible. But until now, Yuan Jinghong sadly discovered that he had not surpassed her for even a day. She had formed a contract with a divine beast from the beginning. And there were 2 of them. What about him? If Dumpling had not been left behind to protect them this time, he would not even be able to touch a divine beast's fur. He stared at Chu Luiyue and finally could not help but say faintly, "Your Majesty, you'd better leave quickly." It was really too exciting to just casually walk around with 2 divine beasts in front of them. Chu Luiyue saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. She could not help but laugh. Although Yuan Jinghong was not as competitive as Jian Fengqi, she was still a little bit competitive. It seemed like he had suffered quite a blow this time. "Jinghong, I'll leave Wu Ming to you." Upon hearing this, Yuan Jinghong immediately perked up. "Rest assured, Your Majesty." A smile flashed across Chu Luiyue's eyes as he turned to look at the valley below. "Go." The legendary 3-eyed eagle flapped its wings, stirring up a gust of wind. The black silhouette instantly transformed into a black arrow, shooting straight ahead. A little to the left, yes, a little to the left, a little to the front, the legendary 3-eyed eagle led the 2 of them all the way down. Mu Hongyu continued to give guidance, choosing the easiest path for them to enter. Chu Luiyue could clearly feel that the lower he went, the greater the resistance he encountered. However, with the help of Mu Hongyu, they did avoid most of the spatial turbulence. Although nothing could be seen with the naked eye, the pressure between the various spaces was getting stronger and stronger. There were several times in the middle that Chu Luiyue felt as if there was an invisible vortex around them that wanted to drag them away. Fortunately, they avoided it one by one. They were getting closer and closer to the 2 of them. 10 feet ahead, turn right and continue forward, yes. Mu Hongyu stared at them with rapt attention, not daring to slack off for even a moment. I really don't know why this place is so strange. It was not that she had never been to a place with chaotic space, but this was the first time she had seen such a chaotic and extremely threatening place. The slightest carelessness could lead to a great loss. Jian Fengqi and Cheng Wanzhou must be trapped here because of this and could not get out. Why would such a strange place appear in this ancient Phoenix Mountain? I don't know how it was caused. Mu Hongyu was puzzled. Chu Luiyue was also thinking in his heart. 1,000 years ago, the northern underworld Taizu broke through that layer of shackles and successfully stepped into a higher realm. Logically speaking, this ancient Phoenix Mountain, as well as the surrounding mountain ranges, should be enveloped by the same power. But this was not the case. However, Chu Luiyue did not have much time to think about this problem. The most important thing now was to save the 2 of them first. Little Zhou. As the distance was getting closer and closer, Chu Luiyue shouted in that direction. Chang Wanzhou fell to the ground, motionless, as if he had fainted. At this moment, Mu Hongyu's voice became nervous. Lu Yu, the situation is not good. The spatial turbulence below is much more complicated and terrifying than above. You must not get close easily. Almost at the same time, several invisible waves surged over. Screech, the legendary three-eyed eagle flapped its wings, and several icicles flew out quickly. Thud thud thud. On the ground, a row of icicles instantly stood up. There were also messy cracks spreading out below. But the rebound force was not to be underestimated. Chu Luiyue could clearly feel that the surrounding space seemed to be shrinking toward the center, and his entire body was unbearably heavy. The legendary three-eyed eagle's body is too big. It's too easy to be attacked here. Mu Hongyu furrowed her brows. Chu Luiyue's mind raced, and he raised his foot to jump down directly. Mu Hongyu pulled him back and asked nervously, "What are you doing?" "Go down and save him." Chu Luiyue's words were concise and comprehensive. Mu Hongyu had explained very clearly just now. This space close to the ground was definitely not suitable for the legendary three-eyed eagle to go down. Relatively speaking, her figure was slender, and it was much more convenient. No. The spatial power below is already chaotic, and it has almost become a meat grinder. That's precisely why we have to go. Chu Luiyue broke free from her hand, jumped, and went straight in the direction of Chang Wanzhou. Lu Yu, just as Mu Hongyu was filled with worry, a terrifying wave suddenly came from the side. Her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately turned to look. Jian Fengqi was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, and his face pale. She did not know what he was going through. His brows were tightly knitted, and his originally handsome face was full of pain. An invisible force was slowly but firmly surging toward his chest. Upon closer inspection, one could see a trace of faintly discernible black at the edge of the force. That was the sign of a spatial crack. Mu Hongyu did not hesitate and rushed over directly. On the surface, this place looked calm and peaceful. But in reality, one could only sense the strangeness of this space when one was in it. There seemed to be all kinds of forces approaching from all directions. They wanted to tear people apart. Chu Luiyue moved in it, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, all caused by these different spatial forces. But fortunately, the pure gold sacred armor helped her to resist most of the attacks. Just like that, she approached step by step. At this moment, Chang Wanzhou seemed to have regained some consciousness, and his fingers moved slightly. Then, he slowly propped himself up and raised his head to look ahead. In his blurred vision, a figure appeared. He was stunned, and then a huge surprise and disbelief suddenly surged in his eyes. You? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 973. His voice was very weak. Other than himself, no one else could hear it. But that wasn't important. What was important was the person in front of him. Chang Wanzhou couldn't believe it. He quickly closed his eyes, trying to see more clearly. At this moment, the person had already walked up to him. She reached out her hand. "Little Zhou, are you okay?" He had heard this voice many years ago, but it had been too long. It didn't even sound again in his dreams. Chang Wanzhou felt a warm current between his chest and abdomen. His heart beat violently, and the vibrations made his eardrums hurt. He reached out his hand almost subconsciously with a hint of urgency. It was cold and soft to the touch, but there was some kind of great strength in it. Chang Wanzhou's eyes were sore, and the scene in front of him became even more blurry. He closed his eyes tightly again. This time, everything was finally clear. He was almost holding that hand tightly, as if he was afraid that she would leave silently again. However, just as he was about to say something, a familiar face came into view. Chu Luiyue. Oh no, it was Sheng Guanyu. Chang Wanzhou's movement suddenly froze. Chu Luiyue looked at him strangely. He seemed to have just gone through a big battle. His body was covered in blood, and his face was pale and haggard. His fair and almost transparent face was smeared with dust and blood, and he looked a little embarrassed. And his overly beautiful eyes were stained with a little scarlet. She clearly saw that his eyes were filled with great joy just now. It was like a traveler walking in the desert finally seeing an oasis, or a person crawling in the darkness finally seeing light. However, it was just for a moment. The oasis dried up, and the light disappeared. The bright light in his eyes instantly dimmed. His expression looked. Something was not right. Little Zhou? Chu Luiyue called out again. This time, Chang Wanzhou finally came back to his senses. He quickly retracted his expression and turned back into the silent young man who was enduring silently. A vague guess surfaced in Chu Luiyue's heart. Could it be that Chang Wanzhou mistook her for someone else? The only person who could make him like this was probably that person, right? She sighed inwardly, but did not pursue the matter. Don't worry, I'll take you back, she said seriously. Chang Wanzhou's heart seemed to be touched by something. He raised his eyes and looked at her deeply. Okay. Chu Luiyue checked his pulse while he was at it. He discovered that the origin power in his body was almost completely depleted, and his internal injuries were also very serious. She was shocked. How did you get this injury? Chang Wanzhou frowned. It's here. Here? Chu Luiyue looked around. Other than the dangerous spatial turbulence, there didn't seem to be anything else here. On the surface, he looked like he only had a few external injuries, but the internal injuries were much more serious than those external injuries. This was truly abnormal. No matter what, let's leave this place first. With that, Chu Luiyue was about to bring him back. However, as soon as she turned around, she discovered that a transparent barrier formed by water suddenly appeared in front of her. Chu Luiyue was stunned. She remembered that there was no such thing when she first came here. All kinds of spatial energy surged in from the surroundings, and ripples appeared on the barrier. Chu Luiyue suddenly had an ominous premonition, and subconsciously took a step back. Little Zhou, it's dangerous here. As she spoke, she looked back, only to find that Chang Wanzhou's figure had disappeared. In his place was the same transparent barrier. Little Zhou? No one responded. Chu Luiyue looked around and found that the transparent barrier had formed a sphere, completely trapping her in it. Red fish? Jian Fengqi? There was still no response. The most terrifying thing was that Chu Luiyue actually heard the echo of her voice. Her heart suddenly sank. She was completely trapped here. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and calmly observed the situation around her. This transparent barrier, which seemed to be formed by water waves, was not big. She stood in the middle, and after taking 3 to 5 steps forward, she reached the end. She raised her eyes and looked forward. If she remembered correctly, Jian Fengqi was there just now. However, his figure had completely disappeared at this time. As for the transparent barrier, it gradually turned black in this short period of time. Finally, the surroundings fell into darkness. Silence. Chu Luiyue could clearly hear the sound of her breathing and the beating of her heart. She took a deep breath, and took out a pearl to light it up. However, after taking it out, there seemed to be an invisible pressure around her. It slowly compressed the fist-sized pearl. Chu Luiyue immediately threw the pearl out. The moment it left her palm, the pearl was instantly squeezed by a strong force, and instantly turned into powder. Chu Luiyue could even feel the terrifying heavy pressure on her fingertips. She immediately gave up on this idea, and stood quietly in the darkness. That strange force gradually approached, and then retreated bit by bit. If not for the dull pain on her fingertips, she would almost think that everything just now was an illusion. Chu Luiyue held her breath, and began to think of a way to get out. However, soon, a spot of light appeared in front of her eyes. It was like a star in the dark night, bright and bright. Chu Luiyue looked at it. Soon after, a second star appeared beside the first star, and then a third one. At this time, she realized that this light did not come from the void, but from the barrier. These light spots were of different colors, and they emitted a lustrous glow as they pieced together bit by bit. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly, and looked at everything that was happening in front of her seriously. Gradually, she realized that these light spots seemed to be slowly forming a picture. She vaguely saw that it seemed to be a cliff. This cliff was extremely familiar. Chu Luiyue suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed slightly. Then, an octagonal pavilion appeared on the cliff. It was indeed the mysterious cliff that had appeared too many times before. Chu Luiyue unconsciously clenched her hands, and her whole body tensed up. She faintly had a premonition that this scene should be her memory too. Above the octagonal pavilion, light gathered, and a figure appeared. It was the back of a man. However, at this time, he was sitting there, and there was a chessboard in front of him, as if he was playing chess. Opposite him, a second figure quickly appeared. It was obviously a woman, with an exquisite figure, and her black hair was like clouds. However, her face was covered by the man's figure, and it was difficult to see. However, when Chu Luiyue looked at the woman's figure, her heart inexplicably started to beat faster. An extremely familiar feeling welled up in her heart. At this time, the woman tilted her head and smiled brightly. "When I go back this time, I'll tell father about us being together, okay?" That beautiful and smiling face was Sheng Guanyu. Digression, you have to ask if I've added more. Today, obviously, nope. A February with a pot lid on its head quickly fled the scene. Mobile users, please browse and read, a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 974. The man sitting opposite Sheng Guanyu chuckled softly and dotingly. All right. Chu Luiyue's eyes suddenly widened. That voice couldn't be more familiar. She clenched her fists tightly and stared at the scene in front of her. The woman in the octagonal pavilion rested her chin on her hand and smiled as she picked up a chess piece from the jar and placed it on the chessboard. Then, she looked up and blinked her long eyelashes. Her dark jade-like eyes were sparkling and bright. "Rong Xiu, you've lost. Rong Xiu, Rong Xiu. It's really him." The absurd and bold guess in her heart had been confirmed at this moment. Chu Luiyue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind went blank, and even her heart skipped a beat. All the blood in her body seemed to have frozen at this moment. That sentence kept echoing in her ears. "Rong Xiu, you've lost." That was what she had said to Rong Xiu before. They had known each other for a long time. No wonder she felt that this man was so familiar. Chu Luiyue held her breath and stared at the scene in front of her without blinking, afraid that she would miss anything. However, at this moment, the light quickly dimmed, and the entire scene disappeared. Chu Luiyue immediately panicked. She subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting to retain the scene. However, there was nothing in her hand. Other than the slowly flowing spatial energy, there was nothing else. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. But it wasn't. Chu Luiyue knew very well that it was definitely not an illusion. That was a memory that belonged to her. The surroundings once again fell into darkness and silence. Chu Luiyue stood on the spot in a daze, but her mind was in a mess. The scene just now kept replaying in front of her eyes. Countless questions poured out crazily. She had once been to that cliff and played chess with Rong Xiu in the octagonal pavilion. Most importantly, at that time, she was already with Rong Xiu. If all of this was true, then it could be explained that she had lost her memory. But what about Rong Xiu? Did he remember all this? Chu Luiyue suddenly remembered the day she was reborn. She woke up in the deserted forest and dealt with the people who wanted to kill the original owner. Then she walked to a lake. Then, she met Rong Xiu. At that time, she didn't know the other party's identity. She only felt that this person was extremely strong and not to be trifled with. However, he was very courteous to her. At that time, she was full of vigilance and did not pay attention to these details. However, now that he thought about it, he seemed to have been overly polite and even. There was some kind of intimacy. Later on, he came out to help her several times and secretly helped her. Rong Xiu had never been such a busybody. But she had always been an exception. Chu Luiyue had asked more than once why it was her. There were so many women in the world who flocked to him. Why did he keep chasing after her? She thought that he had chosen her from the moment they met in the forest. But it turned out that everything between them was even earlier than she knew. Chu Luiyue's body trembled slightly. If that's the case, Rong Xiu already knew who she was? What's more, he had been waiting for her there. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in her mind. Chu Luiyue cried out in pain and hugged her head in pain. She squatted down. It was as if there were sharp needles constantly stabbing into her head. It was extremely painful. Chu Luiyue forced herself to stop thinking and gasped for breath. After a while, the terrible pain gradually disappeared. Chu Luiyue was almost drenched in cold sweat. She closed her eyes and sat on the ground. Her body was a little cold, but she did not care too much. Because at this moment, her mind was filled with what had just happened. She no longer tried to force herself to remember anything. That would only give her a headache. But what had just happened was enough for her to ponder for a long time. She held her head and looked at the endless darkness in front of her in a daze. So, they had already known each other and fallen in love. She had even promised Rong Xiu that she would tell her father about them when she returned. That means, he wants to form a marriage contract. Although she did not remember what had happened, she knew that she must have made the decision to spend the rest of her life with Rong Xiu if she could say such words. So, why didn't she remember this part of her memory? She didn't even know that she had forgotten so many important things. Chu Luiyue could not help but laugh at herself, but the tip of her nose was a little sour. Rong Xiu, he should remember everything, right? Otherwise, why would he take care of a strange girl so much? Otherwise, why would he insist on being with her? Otherwise, why would he be willing to kneel down just to ask for a marriage contract with her? Countless scenes alternated, and it was extremely chaotic. But among them, there was one point that was incomparably clear. From the beginning until now, Rong Xiu had always treated her well. Whatever he had done, it was all for her. Or rather, it was to be with her. Chu Luiyue's fingertips moved and touched the universe ring on her hand. She suddenly remembered that rainy night, Rong Xiu's figure standing in front of the Chu family's bluestone street. So lonely and cold. He walked over, took her into his arms, and held an umbrella for her. He said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes, and hot tears fell silently from the corners of her eyes. Rong Xiu. How long have I made you wait? The surroundings became colder and colder. Chu Luiyue unconsciously curled up, but it was still difficult to resist the cold aura, which was pouring into her body from all directions. She hugged her knees and buried her head in her arms. The breath she exhaled seemed to have become much colder. Girl. Girl. A faintly discernible shout seemed to come from a faraway place and fell into his ears. Chu Luiyue moved and slowly opened her eyes. Her surroundings were still pitch black, but the voice was much clearer. Girl. You're finally awake. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. Taizu? Phew. Fortunately, you woke up in time. If you were a little later, I'm afraid you would have fallen into a coma. Taizu was incomparably nervous, and there was a trace of lingering fear in his voice. Girl, what happened to you just now? I called for you for a long time, but you didn't respond. Chu Luiyue forcefully closed her eyes and wanted to get up, but she found that her body was extremely stiff, and she couldn't move at all. The most important thing was that the force in her body had unknowingly consumed a lot. At this moment, just as she was about to move, she felt an inexplicable weakness in her body. What's going on? Chu Luiyue came back to her senses, and her brows were tightly knitted. Her entire body was tense and alert. This space is very strange. Just now, it seemed to have inexplicably made you fall asleep. At the same time, the force in your body is crazily spreading in all directions. I can't stop it. If it was a little later, I'm afraid. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. She had to get out of here as soon as possible. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 975. She glanced at the location where the images had appeared. It was pitch black, as if nothing had happened. Other than her, no one knew what kind of shocking secret had appeared here. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and cleared her mind of all distracting thoughts. There's no point in staying here. If I want to know everything, the best way is to ask Rong Xiu personally. Swoosh. Chu Luiyue summoned the Dragon Abyss sword and gripped the hilt tightly. At the same time, she activated the force in her body. However, when she did this, she realized that the force in her body was dissipating worse than she had expected. The yuan meridians in her body were like rivers. Under normal circumstances, these rivers would be abundant. However, at this moment, most of them had dried up. Chu Luiyue was a little frightened. If not for Taizu, she would have been in real danger. Something is indeed wrong here. As Chu Luiyue spoke, she suddenly froze. She seemed to understand why Jian Fengqi and Cheng Wanzhou had been sitting in their original spots and doing nothing, but had sent out distress signals. She had not had time to go to Jian Fengqi, but Cheng Wanzhou's side did not have many external injuries. However, their internal injuries were extremely serious, and the force in their bodies had been greatly depleted. Perhaps, they had encountered the same situation as her. This strange space had used some kind of method to replay the memories of the people trapped here. It had also quietly lured them into a coma and used this opportunity to devour their force. Taizu, do you know how long we have been here? Chu Luiyue asked. I'm not too sure. The spatial energy here is different from the outside world, and the flow rate is also different. Therefore, it's hard to determine how long has passed outside. Taizu sighed awkwardly. Chu Luiyue nodded. Actually, this was within her expectations. Now, she could only hope that Mu Hongyu and the others were still doing well. And she had to leave this place first. The water droplet in her dantian slowly rotated, and streams of force surged out, quickly flowing towards Chu Luiyue's limbs and bones. Very soon, the missing energy in her body was completely replenished, and she was full again. If it was anyone else, they would basically be in the same situation as Cheng Wanzhou. However, Chu Luiyue was different. The water droplet in her body had devoured too much force. With her current level, it was basically an inexhaustible supply. Chi. Two streams of flames surged out of the Dragon Abyss sword. One red, and one transparent. This light quickly lit up the surroundings. The invisible force seemed to have sensed the threat and began to rapidly close in. Chu Luiyue's body could clearly feel the pressure coming from all directions. His chest felt heavy, and he almost couldn't breathe. Even the flow of origin power in his body had slowed down. She clenched her teeth and poured her vigorous force into the Dragon Abyss sword. Then, he gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and raised it high. It hacked down fiercely. Cheng Wanzhou had intended to return with Chu Luiyue. However, as soon as she turned around, her figure disappeared. The surroundings were empty. There was nothing. Cheng Wanzhou frowned. He knew that he had fallen into the same predicament as before. The day before, when he and Jian Fengqi came here, they had also encountered the same situation. Then, the two of them separated and lost contact with each other. After that, he fell into a coma. He knew that his situation was very dangerous. Relying on his last bit of rationality, he crushed the Jean Lingzi and blew the whistle. Fortunately, she had really come. However, not long after, the same thing happened again. Soon, Cheng Wanzhou was shrouded in darkness again. Young Lord? Young Lord? Jian Fengqi? Wake up. An anxious and worried voice entered his ears. Jian Fengqi gradually regained consciousness. Then, he opened his eyes with great difficulty. Don't. Don't shout. Cough, cough, cough. I can hear you. Jian Fengqi opened his mouth. Only then did he realize that his voice was very weak and a little hoarse. Thinking of the previous incident, his eyes darkened. Then, he turned his gaze and saw Mu Hongyu in front of him. Young lord, you're finally awake. Mu Hongyu's nervous and worried expression disappeared. She heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Seeing her like this, Jian Fengqi felt as if his heart was gently poked by something. His gloomy mood instantly dissipated. Instead, there was an indescribable feeling surging in his chest. What are you nervous about? I'm very lucky. He coughed again. However, he had recovered some of his strength. Mu Hongyu nodded seriously. That's good, that's good. If you didn't wake up, I was going to try and see if I could wake you up. She had already moved her wrist. The corner of Jian Fengqi's eyes twitched. No need. There's really no need. It wasn't that he didn't know Mu Hongyu's strength. If he slapped her, Jian Fengqi was suddenly very glad that he woke up in time. Otherwise, this face, suddenly, he paused. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked at Mu Hongyu. Wait, why are you here? He remembered that he and Chang Wanzhou had separated not long after entering this canyon. After that, he realized that something was very wrong here. He directly crushed Jean Lingzi. He wanted to get out as soon as possible. However, he didn't know why, but he fainted until Mu Hongyu arrived. We're here to save you, of course. You? Jian Fengqi looked around. They were still in the canyon. However, other than the two of them, there was no one else. Who else? Lu Yu. Mu Hongyu said inside. It's a pity that we're trapped here now. We don't know what's going on outside, and we don't know if they're safe now. Jian Fengqi almost suspected that he had heard wrong. He couldn't help but ask. Who did you say? Mu Hongyu saw his puzzled face and simply explained the cause and effect of the matter. After listening, Jian Fengqi's expression was dull for a long time. Chu Luyue forcefully split open the barrier of ancient Phoenix Mountain and came in. After saving Mu Hongyu and the others, he came here, and even summoned a second mythological beast to fly down and save them. How long had it been? How could so many things happen? Mu Hongyu didn't really care about his reaction and she only said, Young master, we have to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, with your current situation, it will only be worse if you continue to stay here. Jian Fengqi nodded. Of course, he was very clear about this. However, how do we get out? The spatial turbulence here was very chaotic and terrifying. Every time he thought he was going to get out, he would be beaten back. Mu Hongyu patted her chest, her almond-shaped eyes curved. Have you forgotten that I have a faint yuan body? Leave it to me. With that, she stood up and stretched out her hand to Jian Fengqi to help him up. Then, she said, Hold me tight. Jian Fengqi's heart suddenly jumped. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 976. Mu Hongyu waited for a while and realized that Jian Fengqi did not move. She looked up at him strangely. What's wrong? The girl in front of him had bright almond-shaped eyes and a pretty face. She was standing in front of him, so close that he could see her long eyelashes. Jian Fengqi exchanged glances with her, and his heart beat faster for some reason. He almost looked away awkwardly. Hugging doesn't seem to be appropriate. If these words were heard by outsiders, they would probably laugh their heads off on the spot. Jian Fengqi, who had always been a playboy, actually said something like inappropriate to a girl. It was simply touching. However, although Mu Hongyu had heard some rumors about Jian Fengqi, she was not a native of West Hill. Moreover, she had spent most of her short months in West Hill on Dragon Teeth Mountain. What kind of place was Dragon Teeth Mountain? It was Jian Fengqi's home. Who dared to say anything bad about the young master? Therefore, she did not know much about Jian Fengqi. Mu Hongyu blinked. What's inappropriate about it? You even saved me before. Shouldn't I find a way to get you out of here? We are all friends, so of course we should help each other. Thinking about how Lu Yu was willing to risk his life for them, this was nothing. Thinking of this, she took a step forward. The distance between the two of them instantly shortened. The heat and fragrance from her body assailed his nostrils and filled his body in an instant. Jian Fengqi opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. His whole body stiffened. Mu Hongyu did not notice his abnormality. She grabbed his hand and placed it on her waist. The girl's slender and soft waist seemed to be on fire. The moment he touched her, his palm felt hot. A wave of heat surged up, and Jian Fengqi's jade-like face instantly turned crimson. Even his ears felt like they were on fire. With a red face, he almost instinctively hugged her waist tightly. But he did not dare to get too close. He was afraid that he would burn himself. Hold on tight. Mu Hongyu shouted softly and closed her eyes. The next moment, the power of the space around her suddenly started to surge outwards. Jian Fengqi could clearly feel that the forces that had been suppressing them earlier were rapidly moving away. Then, with a flash of black light, they disappeared on the spot. Boom! The long yuan sword slashed down fiercely and landed on the black barrier. There was a loud boom. The two forces madly collided, producing terrifying and crazy energy waves. The surrounding invisible forces started to churn wildly. Like sharp knives, they were cutting everywhere. Chi! One of them went straight for Chu Liuyue's neck. At this point, a bright light appeared from Chu Liuyue's body. The pure gold armor appeared once again. Ding! Ding 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 ding. Crisp sounds from all parts of his body. Fortunately, these attacks were nothing compared to the defense of the pure gold armor. The only pity was that when the long yuan sword landed, although the black barrier was impacted, it did not seem to have any intention of breaking. At this moment, Taizu's voice could be heard. This barrier is protected by divine power. Based on your current strength, it will be difficult to break it open. Let me give you a hand. With that, Chu Luyue felt the aura of the long yuan sword suddenly surging. A vast and mighty pressure descended. Several silver lightning bolts swam wildly on the long yuan sword and finally gathered at the tip of the sword. Break! The great ancestor bellowed. That ball of silver Tianlei power suddenly exploded. Bang! The terrifying force spread in all directions. Chu Liuyue's sword-wielding arm trembled violently. The web between her thumb and index finger was torn. Blood flowed out. Just as her arm was completely numb, the darkness in front of her finally broke. Crack! A bright ray of light shone into the room. A powerful force came from behind and pushed Chu Luyue forward. Chu Luyue only felt that the light in front of her was dazzling. Then, her body suddenly fell. Thousands of miles away. Rong Xiu had been busy dealing with the matters of several tribes recently. He had not slept for a few days and nights. Today, he finally had some time to lie down and rest. But not long after, he frowned in his sleep. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up, one hand on the edge of the bed, and the other hand gently rubbed between his eyebrows. His white inner shirt was loose, revealing his collarbone and a small part of his chest. The moonlight shone through the window and shone on his body. Every inch of skin that was unintentionally exposed was like white jade. The moonlight was like water, making his face look even more noble. He was like a flower on a snowy mountain, unreachable, cold, and calm. After a moment of silence, he lifted the blanket, grabbed the clothes beside him, and draped them over his body. Yan Qing, who was guarding outside the door, seemed to have heard the commotion in the hall. Your Highness? You're awake? Come in. Hearing this, Yan Qing quickly pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Yan Qing saw that his master not only got up, but also changed his clothes. Moreover, his face seemed to be a little strange. Yan Qing was shocked. He quickly stepped forward and asked carefully, "Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" Rong Xiu's gaze was calm, but it was frighteningly deep. "Go and get the Pantheon record." A trace of surprise flashed in Yan Qing's eyes, but he still immediately said, "Yes. I'll go and get it now." "But, there are a total of 10 volumes of the Pantheon record. Which volume do you want to read?" Rong Xiu thought for a moment and said lightly, "The 10th volume." Yan Qing was stunned for a moment and asked, "You mean, the volume of the 3,000 years of the Xian Yuan calendar? Didn't your Highness read that volume before?" Rong Xiu nodded gently and immediately said, "In the 9th volume." If he guessed correctly, the name of the person in the North Sea seemed to be recorded in the 9th volume. Digression 60 Clock mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 977. Yan Qing didn't know why His Highness suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and wanted to read the Pantheon record. After all, the number of times His Highness had opened it for so many years could be counted on one hand. And every time, it was a time when something important was about to happen. Could it be that something had happened? The 10th volume. The only thing Yan Qing could think of was that it had something to do with that person. As for the 9th volume, he couldn't think of a reason at all. But of course, he didn't dare to ask these questions. After responding, he bowed and left. After Yan Qing left, the hall fell into silence again. Rong Xiu gently closed his eyes. The moonlight that was as cool as water enveloped his entire body. Under his long eyelashes, a faint shadow was cast. At this time, she should be at the ancient Phoenix Mountain. He wasn't worried about how dangerous it would be. After all, with her strength and trump cards, she should be able to deal with it. But, after all, it was a special place. He didn't know if that person in the northern underworld had left something behind when he broke through at the ancient Phoenix Mountain. What if, after a moment, Rong Xiu opened his eyes? The Black Pyramid was as calm as usual, as if there were no waves. This made him feel a little relieved. But for some reason, he felt inexplicably uneasy. It was as if something had gone out of control. If it was something else, it would be fine, but he always felt that it seemed to be related to her. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and Rong Xiu raised his eyes slightly. The door opened, and Yan Qing returned. But this time, he was holding a bronze plate in his hand. On the plate, there were 2 rolls of bamboo slips, emitting a faint glow around them. And these were the 9th and 10th volumes of the Pantheon record. "Your Highness." Yan Qing respectfully handed over the 2 rolls. Rong Xiu raised his white fingers, and the 2 rolls of bamboo slips silently flew in front of him, floating quietly in the air. He took one of the bamboo slips. Every bamboo slip on it was engraved with neat golden handwriting. However, the last one was completely blank. No, to be precise, there was actually handwriting on it. But for some reason, the handwriting was so worn that it was almost impossible to read. It was as if someone had forcefully erased it. Now, only fragmented traces of stars were left, flickering with a faint golden light. It was like a few stars that occasionally appeared in the dark night. Rong Xiu stared at the few golden light spots, his eyes deepened, and sighed softly. Sure, she had actually reached this step. It was much faster than he had expected. But then again, she was no ordinary person to begin with. Even if she were to start all over again, she would still be far superior to ordinary people in all aspects. But, Rong Xiu leaned against the chair and rubbed his temples with a slight headache. Yan Qing asked worriedly. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Rong Xiu shook his head, took one last look, and closed the 10th scroll. Of twos, to be. It was just that there was a small problem. Rong Xiu said. His thin scarlet lips were slightly raised. His tone was helpless, with a trace of imperceptible doting. "The next time we meet, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Prepare 2 more quilts for I." Yan Qing was confused. "Quilt? You're using the new one?" His Highness is noble. His food, clothing, and other necessities are all the best. Why does he suddenly want a quilt? It's not for now. Rong Xiu waved his hand and coughed. It's better to be prepared. Yan Qing was a little confused. His Highness meant, to keep it for future use? But no matter where he went, His Highness would definitely choose a comfortable place to sleep. If he was not satisfied, he would not sleep at all. He had never needed to prepare a quilt for himself. Yes, I will do it as soon as possible. Yan Qing was confused, but his intuition, which had been trained by his master's side for many years, told him not to ask. It would not end well if he asked. Then, Rong Xiu opened the remaining scroll. After reading for a while, he saw a few familiar words. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cluster of golden flames suddenly burned on his fingertips. Yan Qing was shocked. Your Highness? What was His Highness planning to do? It should be known that the Pantheon record could not be destroyed. Rong Xiu moved his fingertips, and a small golden spark fell on one of the bamboo slips. Like a drop of water falling into the sea, it did not cause the slightest ripple. However, such a simple action consumed a lot of Rong Xiu's energy. When his finger fell, fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, and his lips were faintly pale. Yan Qing knelt on one knee. Although he did not see it clearly, he could roughly guess what he was doing. He could not help but be very worried. But His Highness insisted, and he knew that it was useless to persuade him. He could only frown and sigh secretly. After doing all this, Rong Xiu closed the scroll and put it back on the bronze plate. Send it back. Yes. After Yan Qing left, only Rong Xiu was left in the hall. He sat quietly for a while before standing up. But at this time, he was not sleepy at all. After taking 2 steps, a huge white figure suddenly appeared. It was Xue Xue. It seemed to have felt something, and a trace of awe flashed in its eyes. Then it walked to Rong Xiu, prostrated on the ground, and wagged its tail, very obediently acting coquettishly. Rong Xiu touched its head. It's been some time since you came back from the Red Moon Desert, right? Xue Xue's body suddenly stiffened. A rare trace of gentleness appeared on Rong Xiu's face. The seniors must miss you very much. How about we go again? Ancient Phoenix Mountain. Outside the barrier. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, everyone had been in there for 14 days. There was only 1 day left until the last day of 3 elements as one. Everyone was on high alert. The closer they got to the node, the more nervous they became. The many powerhouses who were responsible for guarding the entrance and exit outside the barrier could clearly feel the surge of energy in ancient Phoenix Mountain, which caused an obvious change in the power of the barrier. Because of this, they became more and more focused, afraid that the slightest mistake would occur. The emperors of the 4 empires were all waiting at this time. However, the expressions of these people were greatly different. Jun Qiji's expression was calm, but there was a faint trace of anticipation in his eyes. Ning Yuan was as still as a mountain. Gongsun Shao was a little nervous and anxious, and would look at the barrier from time to time. As for Tan Taichen, he sat in his seat, and his face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere. He had been staring at the colorful barrier, and there was deep hatred between his brows. Since a few days ago, he had suddenly become like this. In fact, everyone could roughly guess that something had happened to the people of Taiyu dynasty inside for him to be like this. However, the time was not up and the barrier was not open, so everyone could only wait. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds gathered, and the wind howled. Gongsun Shao could not help but point to the main peak of ancient Phoenix Mountain. 3 elements as one is about to descend. Digression, question, what did Rong Xiu want for the 2 quilts? The correct answer in the comments section will be rewarded with Xiaoxiang coins. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 978. Even though the colorful barrier covered the entire mountain range, everyone could still see the outlines of the mountains from the outside. For example, at this moment, when everyone looked up, they could see that the dark clouds in the sky were all converging towards the highest peak. Something big must have happened if there was a natural phenomenon. If it wasn't three essences as one, what could it be? Tan Tai Chen also raised his eyes and looked over suddenly. He slowly clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Finally, it was at this moment. When this matter was over and those people came out of the barrier, he would definitely look for Sheng Guanyu and take back everything. At the same time, everyone in the barrier also noticed the commotion. In fact, most of them had already reached the bottom of the main peak. If they wanted to receive the endless force of three essences as one, they had to climb to the top of the main peak and stand at the highest point. Therefore, almost everyone had been heading this way for the past few days. Seeing the natural phenomenon, everyone couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts and started to climb up. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming, who were waiting at the top of the canyon. It's almost the last day, and three essences as one is about to appear. Yuan Jinghong looked at the commotion at the top of the main peak in the distance and muttered in a low voice. He then looked down at the canyon below. But they haven't come out yet, what should we do? Wu Ming also had a worried look on his face. Chu Luiyue and Mu Hongyu had gone down together, saying that they wanted to bring Jian Fengqi and Cheng Wanzhou back. However, after the two of them went down, they sat cross-legged and didn't move at all. It had been a few days, but they still didn't show any signs of coming up. This was something that could not help but make people worried. If it weren't for the fact that the legendary three-eyed eagle was still below, they would have already rushed over. I don't know what's wrong with this canyon. Why did they stop moving after going down? Yuan Jinghong frowned, he really couldn't figure it out. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and stood up suddenly. I can't wait any longer. It was fine if they couldn't make it in time for three essences as one, but what if they didn't come up when they were close to leaving? One had to know that the time left for them to get out was extremely short. If he was careless and delayed, wouldn't he be trapped here forever? When Wu Ming heard this, his expression turned solemn. He felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Although the two of them knew that Chu Luiyue had broken through the barrier to enter, they had always thought that she had done it with the help of many experts outside. How could he not panic at this moment? I didn't go down before because I was worried that I would become a burden to Her Majesty and the others. But now, I can't care about that anymore. Yuan Jinghong said and patted Wu Ming on the shoulder. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so wait here first. I'll take the lead and go down to take a look. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Wu Ming to refuse. He quickly ran forward and leaped. Wait, Wu Ming was shocked. He was about to stop him, but he failed to do so. However, at this moment, a red flame flew out from the side and quickly blocked Yuan Jinghong's path. Yuan Jinghong turned to look at Dumpling in surprise. What are you? Before he could finish, Dumpling flapped her wings. Yuan Jinghong was instantly enveloped by a powerful force and flew back to his original spot. His eyes lit up and he looked at Tuanzi blankly. Wu Ming thought for a moment. It doesn't seem to want us to go down. Dumpling glanced at the two of them. Why go down? It's already messy enough. All he had to do was to stay here and wait. As if understanding Dumpling's gaze, the two of them looked at each other, suppressed the uneasiness in their hearts, and continued to wait. No matter what, this red-tailed phoenix is Her Majesty's contracted magical beast. It should be able to sense something, right? I hope everything goes well for Her Majesty and the others. Wu Ming glanced at the main peak of ancient Phoenix Mountain and said in a low voice. Waiting always seemed to be particularly unbearable. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, Chu Luiyue and the others still did not move. Wu Ming and Yuan Jinghong were anxious again. But seeing that Dumpling was still calm, they could only continue to wait. Yuan Jinghong glanced at the main peak from time to time. It was a little far from here, but he could still see the flat and smooth top of the mountain. Until now, no one had climbed up. However, it was obvious that those people must be climbing halfway up the mountain. It was just that because the forest was dense, they could not see clearly and did not know the situation of the competition at this time. The sky was dark, and even the figures in the valley seemed to be gradually blurred. Soon, it was midnight. A bright moon hung high in the night sky, scattering its clear light over the entire mountain range. The mountains rose and fell, and the forest was dark, reflecting dark blue shadows. It was exceptionally quiet. There were only the occasional rustling of the wind blowing through the forest and the canyon. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the sky. Whirlwind. The pressure was impressive. Yuan Jinghong looked back and saw a tall and vigorous figure. With a leap, he directly climbed up the main peak of ancient Phoenix Mountain. Under the moonlight, he waved his long sleeves, and his clothes fluttered. His movement technique was peerless. That's Jun Jiuqing. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes, stared for a while, and said with certainty. After Yuan Jinghong was shocked, he quickly accepted this matter. He shrugged. It's not normal if it's not him. This ancient Phoenix Mountain was the territory of the Baiming dynasty, and he was Prince Baiming. The blood of the royal family flowed in his body. Wasn't it natural for him to be first? Wu Ming nodded and said, although that's the case, it's still very enviable to be able to climb up the mountain. Even if you're not first and can't obtain the endless force of 3 elements as one, you can still bathe in divine power. This is undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Yuan Jinghong sighed. I don't have any thoughts about this now. I just hope that Her Majesty and the rest are fine and can return safely. Bang! The sound of an explosion suddenly came from within the canyon. The two of them were shocked and looked down nervously. They saw 2 figures leaping up from below. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded. The seemingly tranquil space, because of the impact, exploded continuously. The originally messy energy started to stir violently. It's Mu Hongyu and Feng Qi. Yuan Jinghong's sharp eyes recognized the 2 of them and was surprised and delighted. Seeing the 2 of them coming up and getting closer to them, Dumpling suddenly flapped its wings and flew up. It went straight for the 2 of them. A crimson figure flashed by at lightning speed. Mu Hongyu and Jian Fengqi had already landed on Dumpling's back. The chaotic and terrifying energy was attacking crazily, wanting to drag Dumpling down as well. It waved its claws and flew up at the same time. Then, it landed on the cliff. Yuan Jinghong and Jian Fengqi immediately went forward, but before they could rejoice, their expressions changed drastically. This was because Mu Hongyu and Jian Fengqi were both covered in blood. What happened to the 2 of you? Mu Hongyu opened her mouth but spat out a mouthful of blood. Jian Fengqi's heart twitched violently as he instinctively hugged her tightly and quickly fed her a pill. He couldn't care about his own injuries and looked at the 2 of them. The space below is in chaos. Where's Shengguanyu? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 979. Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming were stunned. Her Majesty is still in the canyon. She hasn't come up. Jian Fengqi followed the duo's gaze and vaguely saw 2 figures sitting cross-legged. He gritted his teeth. That's an illusion. What? Hearing this, the 2 of them were shocked. When they looked again, they saw the 2 figures exploding in the chaotic energy battle. It was indeed not them. How could this be? Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming looked at each other. They had been guarding here for the past few days and saw them go down with their own eyes. Then, they sat down next to Jian Fengqi and Chang Wanzhou. In this period of time, no one moved at all. Why did they suddenly become illusions? Jian Fengqi frowned. There are several spaces down there that can easily cause hallucinations. The 2 of them should still be trapped down there. Everything was fine at first. Mu Hongyu wanted to take him and escape from that space. However, due to the pressure from several forces around them, they couldn't get out directly. Instead, they rushed into another space. After struggling for a few times, they finally reached a less chaotic place above. They even saw Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming waiting above the canyon. They were only a few steps away from successfully rushing up. However, at this moment, several spaces down there suddenly exploded one after another for some reason. The violent energy almost swallowed the two of them. Mu Hongyu barely managed to escape with Jian Fengqi after risking her life. However, along the way, she suffered too many violent attacks from the space and was seriously injured. She had a faint yuan body and was naturally sensitive to space. She was already in such a state after escaping from that space. What about Chu Luiyue and Wu Ming? What should we do? Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming also realized the seriousness of the matter at this time. Their hearts were in their mouths. Wait! Where's the legendary three-eyed eagle? Wu Ming suddenly shouted. The few of them looked over, and sure enough, they discovered that there was nothing left in the canyon. That gigantic three-eyed eagle had also disappeared at this moment. At this time, the explosions below were much softer and soon disappeared completely. The canyon was a mess. Rocks were flying everywhere, and smoke and dust were everywhere. However, there was no one. Look! What's that? Yuan Jinghong suddenly exclaimed. Above the empty ground, a silver energy vortex suddenly appeared. The silver vortex continued to expand, and the speed at which it spun became faster and faster. Just as their faces were filled with doubt and nervousness, a figure suddenly flew out from the vortex. It's Chang Wanzhou. Wu Ming saw that person's face. Due to the impact of the whirlpool's power, Chang Wanzhou flew straight towards a cliff after flying out. With such a strong impact, if not death, it would be fatal. At this moment, a red figure quickly flew out. It was Dumpling. It spread its wings and flew across the sky at lightning speed. The next moment, it appeared right in front of Chang Wanzhou and intercepted it. Before they could see what happened, they saw Dumpling flying back with Chang Wanzhou. Then, it flapped its wings and carefully put Chang Wanzhou down. Yuan Jinghong immediately went forward. Chang Wanzhou's eyes were tightly shut and his body was covered in blood. Fortunately, he was still breathing. He seems to have fainted. Yuan Jinghong turned around and looked at Jian Fengqi. Mu Hongyu tugged at Jian Fengqi's sleeve, indicating for him to put her down and check on Chang Wanzhou. Jian Fengqi hesitated for a moment, then placed Mu Hongyu next to Dumpling. At the same time, he whispered to her, "Your injuries are more serious. Your external injuries are more serious. Don't move around, okay?" Mu Hongyu nodded seriously, then smiled and waved her fist. "Don't worry. I've suffered even more serious injuries before. Aren't I fine now?" Last time, when she was on the brink of death, she inexplicably became a faint yuan body. Jian Fengqi's face, which always had a flirtatious smile, was cold at this moment, and he just stared at her quietly. When he was not smiling, he always looked particularly solemn, and there was a trace of coercion that made people not dare to disobey him. Mu Hongyu suddenly felt very embarrassed and inexplicably guilty. She slowly withdrew her fist. "Okay," she murmured. Jian Fengqi's expression eased a little. Looking at her embarrassed face, he wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with his sleeve. Halfway through, he met Mu Hongyu's confused and strange gaze. Only then did he realize what he was doing and suddenly froze. Then, he pretended as if nothing had happened and withdrew his hand. However, Mu Hongyu kept looking at him. Her almond-shaped eyes were so clean and pure that for the first time, Jian Fengqi felt ashamed. He looked away and frowned, as if he was a little disgusted. "Your face is covered in blood, so ugly." After saying that, he hurriedly turned around and walked towards Chang Wanzhou. Mu Hongyu touched her face. She was not angry at Jian Fengqi's words. Instead, she felt a little strange. Or rather, he was a little strange. She did not know if it was an illusion, but why did she feel that Jian Fengqi always felt a little guilty when he faced her? Jian Fengqi did not dare to turn around to look at Mu Hongyu. He walked over and took Chang Wanzhou's pulse. He frowned. "How's the situation?" Yuan Jinghong asked carefully. "The force in his body has been exhausted, and his internal injuries are very serious." As soon as he said that, everyone present started to worry. Then, they heard Jian Fengqi continue. "However, his body is very special, as if there's a force gradually surging out." Jian Fengqi did not elaborate. He could feel that there was a shocking chill in Chang Wanzhou's body. This chill seemed to have frozen most of the power in his body. Jian Fengqi could vaguely sense that the power in his body was suppressed by a seal. At this moment, his internal injuries had also shaken this part. If he guessed correctly, this would increase the power in Chang Wanzhou's body rapidly. Jian Fengqi took out 2 pills and gave them to him. These 2 pills can temporarily stabilize his internal situation. As for the rest, we'll see. Wu Ming asked. "So, he's not in much danger for the time being?" Jian Fengqi hesitated for a moment and nodded. As long as the seal in his body was not completely removed, he should be safe. Hearing his words, the people around him relaxed a little. Chang Wanzhou is out, but where's His Majesty? Yuan Jinghong looked down and saw that the vortex was gradually dissipating. Soon, everything below calmed down. And Chu Luiyue was nowhere to be seen. Screech. At this moment, Dumpling let out a clear cry, bent down, and lowered its wings. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment and asked uncertainly. "Is it telling us to go up?" Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 980. That arrow was a dazzling color, and it was extremely beautiful. Even in this dazzling golden sky, it was still very eye-catching. It appeared very suddenly, and its target was very clear, Chu Luiyue. Everywhere it passed, the golden force retreated, the space shattered, and the wind howled. The arrow seemed to have entered an unstoppable realm amidst the astonishingly vast sea of golden origin power. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already above Chu Luiyue's head. It was about to pierce through her skull. Seeing this arrow, Jun Zhuqing immediately frowned. That was clearly formed by the divine power left behind by Taizu. Why did it suddenly appear now and go straight for her? And it was obvious that it wanted to take her life. At this moment, Chu Luiyue looked up. The power of that arrow was extremely strong, and before it reached her, she already felt a faint stinging pain between her eyebrows. It wasn't hard to imagine that if this arrow really pierced her, her life would most likely end here. Unfortunately, she was not so easy to bully. Buzz! With a thought, the long yuan sword flew up instantly. It went head-on against that arrow. Slash! An ear-piercing scraping sound was heard, and that arrow quickly scraped past the long yuan sword, causing a string of sparks. After all, the long yuan sword was a divine weapon, and it still slowed down its speed. However, this arrow contained the remnant consciousness of that person. It was extremely cunning. Seeing that it was more troublesome to go head-on against the long yuan sword, it immediately changed its direction and planned to come from another direction. The long yuan sword chased after it. After all, Taizu's soul was also stored in the long yuan sword, and Chu Luiyue could not split herself, so Taizu controlled the long yuan sword to stop it. The two of them were entangled. They were entangled in a fight. The intense fight caused the golden force around Chu Luiyue to decrease, and the whole place was in chaos. Soon, Chu Luiyue discovered something strange. Although that arrow had been trying to attack her from all directions, it had never tried to attack from the side of the black shield. It seemed to be deliberately avoiding it. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Chu Luiyue faintly felt that it seemed to have a trace of reverence towards this black shield. However, the black shield could not completely protect her. After all, she still had to divert a part of her attention to devouring the surrounding force. This could not go on. When all the golden force surged towards Jun Zhuqing, there would be no turning back, a thought flashed across Chu Liuyue's mind, and she seemed to have thought of something as determination flashed across her eyes. Taizu, please help me hold on for a while more, she said in her heart. The great ancestor felt a little uneasy. Girl, what are you trying to do? Chu Liyue sighed. Now that she was at the mercy of others, what else could she do? Naturally, it was to flip the chopping board. At this time, the other people who were watching nervously also noticed that arrow. That arrow was extremely powerful, so it was not difficult for them to guess that it was the divine power left behind by Taizu of the Dark North Kingdom. Qing Dai let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that even Taizu does not like her. An outsider from the Tianling dynasty dared to try and steal the power left behind by Taizu of the Dark North Kingdom? Wasn't she looking for trouble? Previously, she was worried that the crown prince would be merciful to her, but now that Taizu's divine power had personally appeared, there was nothing to worry about. Young Master Jian, half of Chang Wanzhou's body is covered in ice. What should we do? In such an urgent situation, Wu Ming was originally worried about Chu Liyue. But when he glanced at Chang Wanzhou from the corner of his eyes, it seemed that the situation had become worse, and he could not help but ask. Jian Fengqi glanced sideways, frowned, and shook his head. The seal and the suppressed power in his body are extremely powerful, and I can't do anything about it. Now, it's up to him to see if he can make it through. Wu Ming wanted to say something, but he hesitated. He knew that Jian Fengqi was telling the truth, so he glanced at Chang Wanzhou and could only sigh helplessly. Almost all of the power is rushing toward Jun Zhouqing. Mu Hongyu nervously clutched her sleeves. When all of the power was sucked away from Chu Liyue, then, she would be completely eliminated. It seems that Shangguan Yu must have done something outrageous in the ancient Phoenix Mountain to cause such a disaster. Outside the barrier, everyone was closely watching everything that was happening on the main peak. Tan Taichen said in a gloomy voice. He deliberately glanced at Jun Qiji, hinting at something. Otherwise, why would he attract the attack of the Dark North Taizu's divine power? Jun Qiji frowned slightly and did not say anything. Not long after Tan Taichen entered Shangguan Yu, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He kept talking about things related to Shangguan Yu. It was easy to guess that something had happened to the people from the Taiyu dynasty, and he was certain that Shangguan Yu and the others were behind it. Even the words that he was saying now did not conceal his disgust and hostility towards Shangguan Yu. If it were any other time, Jun Qiji would not have cared too much. However, after seeing that arrow, he could not help but think more about it. However, the truth was not clear yet, so he could not make any conclusions. He only said, it's human nature to want to become stronger. However, it seems that we still have to know our limits. Before he could finish, his expression changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly. At the top of the main peak, the golden origin power that had been snatched away earlier suddenly rushed toward Chu Liyue. Even the origin power that originally belonged to Jun Zhouqing changed direction and rushed into Chu Liyue's body. In the sky, thick layers of dark clouds suddenly surged. She's going to break through at this time? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 981. Everyone was dead silent. Wu Ming coughed and winked at him. Let's find a place to heal first. Only then did Yuan Jinghong notice the complicated gazes around him. He felt a chill down his spine and quickly nodded. Okay. The mountaintop was smooth and clean, and it was very spacious. There was still room for the few of them. However, as they moved, they still attracted a lot of attention. The surroundings became quieter, and only the sound of their footsteps was particularly clear. This was a little awkward. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but whisper to Jian Fengqi, who was next to her. Why do they keep looking at us? Jian Fengqi helped her apply medicine on her arm and said indifferently without raising his head, anyone who takes a shortcut during a competition will be looked at like this. Moreover, they weren't just taking a shortcut, they were directly at the end. It was obvious that these people had gone through a lot of hardships to reach the main peak. How could they not be angry when they saw them arrive so easily? Mu Hongyu nodded in understanding and obediently shut her mouth. Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming carried Cheng Wanzhou over. Dumpling followed closely behind. The five of them gathered together, and the Tianling dynasty instantly became the family with the most people on this mountain peak. Gong Sun Yu's face was a little ugly. He had just finished speaking, and these people came in the blink of an eye. Moreover, all five of them had come. Even the Baiming dynasty couldn't do this. They just relied on a divine beast and did it so easily. It was simply infuriating to compare oneself to others. Hey! He couldn't help but yell at them angrily. Everyone came here based on their own abilities. Don't you think it's too much to be so opportunistic? Jian Fengqi couldn't be bothered to respond. He was still carefully treating Mu Hongyu's wound. Yuan Jinghong couldn't bear to listen to such words. He crossed his arms and chuckled. Opportunistic? This divine beast is ours, so why can't we use it? Besides, they didn't seem to have said anything about it, right? If you're not convinced, why don't you summon your own mythological beast? Gong Sun Yu choked. A young man behind him retorted. But isn't this mythical beast from Shangguanyu? What does it have to do with you? Relying on a divine beast that was secretly brought in to ascend the main peak. Heh. His words were filled with undisguised disdain. Yuan Jinghong said coldly. We didn't sneak this mythological beast in. It originally belonged to His Majesty. Also, watch your words. How can you call the name of Tianling Emperor Yuanshi directly? Hearing that Yuan Jinghong had used her status to suppress him, the man was a little timid, but he quickly suppressed it. Since you admit that it's hers, then how did it appear here if you didn't secretly bring it in? You. Because His Majesty is here as well. Yuan Jinghong chuckled. Everyone was stunned. Impossible. 5 of you have already come in. How can she be here? Gong Sun Yu said with a frown. Huh. His Majesty has already come in a few days ago. It's been 9 days. Why don't you know anything about it? Yuan Jinghong glanced at him. If you don't believe me, you can ask these people from the Baiming dynasty. At that time, they all saw it clearly. Hearing his confident tone, Gong Sun Yu and the others suddenly felt a little guilty. They quickly looked at Jun Zhuqing. Jun Zhuqing said lazily. I thought that she would arrive earlier, but now. It seems that I overestimated her. He admitted it. Gong Sun Yu and the others felt even more embarrassed, but at the same time, more questions arose in their minds. How can Shangguanyu enter in the middle of the time? How did she do it? It seems that she's the only one who came in. Why didn't the others stop her or send people in together? There were too many questions, but there was no point in asking them now. They're already at the top of the mountain. Are we going to chase them down? Even though these people were more or less injured, the red-tailed phoenix next to them was not to be trifled with. When the 2 men standing behind him saw this, they quickly went up to him and tried to appease him. Young prince, there's nothing for us to worry about. Even if they're here, they're all defeated now. They're not worth mentioning at all. That's right. Other than them, who didn't rely on their own abilities to come up here? When 3 essences as one above descends, they'll be in a sorry state. Gong Sun Yu was already unhappy, so he felt a little better after hearing those words. That's true. It's better to focus on 3 essences as one above first. As for the rest, we'll have to rely on our own strength. The people from the Tianling dynasty did not take this small argument to heart. This was because, while they were busy recuperating, they were also anxiously waiting for Chu Liuyue's arrival. Since the red-tailed phoenix had sent them here, then, she should be here too, right? Looking at the sky, the colorful light gradually revealed its outline. The few of them understood that they didn't have much time left. However, looking around, there was still no sign of Chu Liyue. Time passed slowly. Mu Hongyu's injuries had basically been treated. Although she was seriously injured earlier, fortunately, Jian Fengqi was there to treat her in time. In addition, her own recovery ability was also very strong, so she quickly got out of danger and stabilized her injuries. Jian Fengqi, on the other hand, had the help of Mu Hongyu, so when he escaped from that terrifying space, his injuries were not as serious as Mu Hongyu's. He was almost fully recovered after a little rest. Yuan Jinghong and Wu Ming had also mostly recovered in the past few days. Therefore, at this time, overall, among them, Chang Wanzhou's situation was the worst. He leaned against a rock, his head tilted, and his breath was weak. His soft golden hair almost covered his eyebrows. No one saw that a faintly discernible light was emerging between his eyebrows. At this time, there were two forces in his body that were crazily intertwining. On one side was the seal, and on the other side was the frozen yin energy. The last time in the Dahuang swamp, the seal had shown signs of loosening. Now that it had been hit by this violent force, it was severely damaged. Moreover, under the stimulation of the power of this space, the frozen power in his body seemed to want to break free from the shackles and completely rush out. Intense pain filled his body. Chang Wanzhou curled up and frowned in pain. The light between his eyebrows was even more obvious. Wu Ming noticed his abnormality and was about to go closer to take a look when a loud sound suddenly came from the sky. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the colorful ball of light. Boom! Boom! Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 982. At this moment, a ray of white light appeared on the horizon. The last day had arrived. And this Tianlei was the beginning of the descent of the three essences as one. When the Tianlei fell and struck the colorful ball of light, the vigorous force between heaven and earth began to surge out from the colorful ball of light. Whoosh! A red circle of light quickly spread out in all directions. In a split second, half of the sky was lit up. It was like a wave crashing onto the reef. It was also like a tidal wave that swept everything away. A vigorous and terrifying power surged forth. It's here. It was unknown who shouted this out. Everyone looked up and was on full alert. Boundless red origin power descended from the sky. The shocking pressure quickly pressed down. Pfft! This terrifying power had not completely descended, but it had already caused a great deterrence to everyone. A man standing behind Gong Sun Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He looked up, his face full of panic. It was said that the power of the three essences as one would descend in a few rounds. Only those who could completely withstand it could obtain the endless force. There was even the divine power left behind by Taizu of the northern underworld. He never dared to hope that he could be that person, but he also never thought that he could not even make it through the first round. At this moment, he was not the only one who was suffering. The vigorous red force spread out, and the entire sky seemed to have turned into a red sea. The dark clouds were suffused with red light, and the mountains and forests were howling above the rolling mountains. Streams of ferocious origin power swept over from all directions and surged into his body. Moreover, they were flowing wildly. The intense pain was almost unbearable. The man who spat out blood first could not take it anymore. His knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground. Bang! The sound of kneecaps knocking on the mountain rocks was almost negligible in this earth-shattering commotion. Even Gong Sun Shao had put away all his thoughts at this moment, and was doing his best to deal with everything in front of him. It was already very difficult to protect oneself, so who would care about others? The red force rolled down, and in an instant, more than half of the forest on the main peak was destroyed. Everywhere it passed, the trees were broken, and the mountain rocks collapsed. Ah! A cry of pain came from halfway up the mountain, reverberating through the undulating mountain range. It wasn't hard to tell from this voice that its owner was experiencing pain and suffering. Between heaven and earth, there was chaos. And this was just the beginning. When almost the entire sky was drowned by the red origin power, a black figure quickly flew over from afar. It was the legendary three-eyed eagle. A woman was standing on its back. She was dressed in a red dress, her clothes fluttering in the wind and her black hair fluttering in the wind. There were messy bloodstains on her face and body, but she didn't look like she was in a sorry state. Instead, she had a kind of intense fighting spirit that made people tremble in fear. Her eyes were fixed on the main peak not far away. The world was dark, and only the colorful ball of light was the most eye-catching existence. From here, one could clearly see that the entire void was filled with energy fluctuations. Without a doubt, these fluctuations were centered around the colorful ball of light. At first glance, it was as if all the energy in this world was surging with its breathing. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes dangerously, but the corners of her lips curled up into a smile. The thing that wanted to stop me earlier, was it? That's right. Within the colorful ball of light, there is a divine power stored, and very obviously, it also has a trace of the northern underworld Taizu's consciousness from back then. It probably sensed that you were a threat to it first, and that's why it was so hostile towards you. Taizu's voice came into her ears. From the moment you split open the barrier, it should have sensed something, and that's why there was a series of troubles after that. Chu Luiyue laughed softly. Looks like it really thinks highly of me. Then wouldn't it be inappropriate if I don't give it a gift in return? Previously, she wasn't interested in the three essences as one. She only wanted to save Mu Hongyu and the others after entering, and ensure their safety. She didn't expect that before she even made a move, the other party had already set its sights on her, and even tried to trap her in that chaotic space. She had always followed a principle: if others didn't offend her, she wouldn't offend them. If others offended her, she would eliminate them completely. Taizu pondered for a moment. Are you really going to snatch that divine power of yours? You have to know that with your current strength, if you want to defeat those people and withstand the pressure of this divine power, it's not that easy. Just Jun Zhiqing alone was already very difficult to deal with. He was Prince Baiming. How could he allow others to snatch the divine power left behind by Taizu? Swoosh! A black light flashed in Chu Luiyue's hand. The long yuan sword was in her hand. Whether I can snatch it or not, we'll only know after I snatch it. With that, she leaped. She quickly landed at the foot of the main peak. The legendary three-eyed eagle's figure instantly disappeared in mid-air and returned to Chu Luiyue's body. Chu Luiyue looked up and began to climb. Chu Luiyue was the last to reach the main peak. Without a doubt, she chose to climb the mountain at this moment because it would be several times more difficult than the others. After all, when the others climbed the mountain earlier, they didn't have the forceful force and pressure of three elements as one-to-one to stop them. At this moment, that terrifying force enveloped the entire main peak. Every step was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Chu Luiyue's injuries weren't serious. Moreover, she had the pure gold armor and the long yuan sword. The path up wasn't that difficult. She walked up like this for a while. Not long after, she met a young man. At this moment, the young man was hurriedly running toward the foot of the mountain. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chu Luiyue. The two of them looked at each other. The young man hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly opened his eyes wide. You are, Chu Luiyue recognized this face. It seemed to be from the Xian dynasty. She gently nodded her head in acknowledgement and continued to ascend. Hey, you're going up? The young man was a little confused and hurriedly asked. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. Wasn't it obvious? It's very dangerous up there. The young man waved his hand, and there was still some lingering fear in his expression. You'd better hurry up and go down with me. Chu Luiyue, she smiled. Thank you, but there's no need. Seeing that she didn't listen to his advice, the young man became more and more anxious. You just came up from below, so you don't know. The closer you get to the top of the mountain, the heavier the pressure you'll suffer. And the more dangerous it is. Don't take it lightly. At this moment, a second Tianlei came down from the surging dark clouds in the sky. Rumble. The colorful light ball shone brightly. Then, endless orange force surged out. Like a cliff collapsing, it flowed out rapidly. Soon, that terrifying force surged to where the two of them were. "Look! I told you it's dangerous," the young man said anxiously, but before he could finish his sentence, he stopped abruptly. That was because the origin power had stopped just one step away from the woman. Digression, translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation at around 6:30 p.m. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 983. She stood there quietly and did nothing. But the power and pressure that seemed terrifying to others didn't seem to pose any threat to her. Vaguely, one could only see streaks of golden light surging around her body. Chu Luiyue was actually slightly shocked. Because only at this moment did she realize that the pure gold sacred armor seemed to be even stronger than before. This was too strange. After all, it wasn't the first time she used the pure gold armor, but there had never been such a sign before. It was very strong, strong enough to allow her to escape unscathed after fighting with 3 rank 8 warriors alone. But it didn't seem to be to such an extent. Chu Luiyue suppressed this doubt and raised her hand. A streak of orange force flew over and entered her body silently. Although this force was a little dangerous, it still contained extremely strong power. It was a pity to be completely isolated. What should be used should still be used, right? Seeing Chu Luiyue's series of actions, the young man was dumbfounded. What was she doing? Others couldn't wait to avoid it, but she was actually so interested and even took the initiative to guide that force into her body? At this moment, a pressure rapidly approached from above. He was careless and didn't notice this danger in time. By the time he realized that something was wrong, the orange force had already caught up to his face. It was about to completely crush him. Chi! A black light flashed quickly and blocked this terrifying force. In an instant, the orange light scattered in all directions. This place will become even more dangerous later. It's safer for you to leave as soon as possible. Chu Luiyue kept the long yuan sword and left after saying that. She lifted her leg and went up. The young man looked at her figure in a daze for a while before shouting. "Thank you." Chu Luiyue's figure was already far away. He pursed his lips and finally continued to walk to the foot of the mountain. When Chu Luiyue was halfway up the mountain, she had already received 3 waves of force. Just as he had expected, the higher he went, the stronger the pressure he had to endure, and the more dangerous the situation he was in. However, not only did her speed not slow down, but it also gradually increased. Because, the feeling of devouring the force seemed to be quite good. Chu Luiyue continued to absorb the surrounding force as she walked up. After all, it was an existence that contained divine power. The force that surged out of the colorful light was much purer than the ordinary force outside. Chu Luiyue faintly felt that she had touched that invisible barrier again, rank 7 warrior. When the power of the 3 essences as one poured down, she might be able to break through. As Chu Luiyue continued to walk up, she would occasionally hear a few screams. It was likely that those who had tried to climb the mountain before were unable to withstand the power, which was why it was like this. By the time she was 2/3 of the way there, the 5th wave had already appeared. This time, 2 figures flew down from the top of the mountain. Of course, it was obvious that he had been eliminated. Chu Luiyue looked from afar and found their figures familiar. They seemed to be from the Baiming dynasty and the Xian dynasty. She looked up and raised her eyebrows slightly. Jian Fengqi and the others had actually persevered until now. Boom! The 7th Tianlei fell and struck the ball of light. At this moment, it was no longer the colorful ball of light at the beginning. There were only 3 colors left. And this Tianlei strike set off a terrifying energy tide once again. This time, the energy was a demonic purple. It fell from the sky and swept away. At this moment, the main peak, along with the surrounding peaks, had almost all become bare. Cracks could be seen everywhere on the mountain. It was a mess. However, only the top of the main peak was still as smooth as before. At that moment, there were only a few people left on the platform. Gong Sun was the only one left in the Xian dynasty. The slightly plump man was the only one left in the East Com dynasty. Even the Baiming dynasty was only left with Jun Zhuqing and Qing Dai. But, other than that, the 5 people from the Tianling dynasty were still here. Although they were not in good condition, they were still here in one piece. Of course, Dumpling contributed to this, but it was also because of their concerted efforts. Mu Hongyu had a faint essence body and could temporarily freeze the surrounding space. Just this point alone allowed them to avoid the most powerful attacks. This was why none of them had been eliminated until now. The colorful lights around them flickered. Chang Wanzhou leaned to the side and did not move. Only the pattern between his eyebrows became brighter. The 7th force spread out. At this moment, only silver and gold were left on the ball of light. And the outline inside gradually became clear. It seemed to be a flower. Unfortunately, at this moment, they could not see what it was from the outside. Jun Zhuqing stared at the ball of light, keeping a secret. Boom! The 8th force. In an instant, silver light illuminated the world. Chu Luiyue seemed to have sensed something and looked up. In mid-air, the ball of golden light burned fiercely like a flame. An unparalleled pressure was oppressive. The golden light flowed, and one could vaguely see that there seemed to be a flower budding inside. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, a strong sense of familiarity suddenly arose in the depths of her heart. She subconsciously gripped the long yuan sword tightly, jumped up, and went straight to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the light flickered, and she finally saw what was inside. It was actually a peach blossom. Digression. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the answer was to sleep on the floor. February. I wanted to let you sleep in the room, but they all said that you were kicked out. Rongsho. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 984. At the same time, Jun Zhuqing also saw this scene. His blood-red eyes flashed with a touch of impatience and killing intent. You're really haunting me. How annoying. His thin lips curled into a smile, but the corners of his eyes were very cold. His hoarse and deep voice sounded a little gloomy at this moment. Qing Dai, who was standing behind him, could not help but look up when she heard this. Unfortunately, the golden ball of light was shining brightly, and she could not see what was inside. She quickly glanced at Jun Zhuqing from the corner of her eyes, and she was a little curious. His Highness the Crown Prince seemed to be temperamental, but in fact, he was very cold and indifferent most of the time. There were very few things that could catch his eye, let alone affect his mood. But just now, he seemed to have seen something in the ball of light, and the aura around him suddenly became cold and gloomy. This kind of situation was really rare. Moreover, His Highness had already inherited most of the power of 3 elements as one. He was only one step away from successfully inheriting the endless force. What was there to be annoyed about? However, before she could think clearly, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly attacked her from all directions. Silver origin power roiled wildly under the dark sky like an unceasing torrent of a river. In front of this power, the people on the top of the mountain were very small. When the silver force fell from the sky, it was like a huge wave washing away the sand. 2. Qing Dai had just opened her mouth when her body was swept away uncontrollably. She almost subconsciously wanted to circulate the force in her body to reduce this part of the power, but it was impossible. Her little bit of power was so insignificant at this time. The terrifying power intertwined and squeezed, and it almost made her internal organs burst. Then, her vision turned black, and her body was instantly thrown away. Bang! Qing Dai crashed heavily into a mountain beside her. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body kept falling. In the end, she fell on a protruding rock, and a few of her bones were broken. She wanted to support her body to stand up, but it was futile. She could only rely on her right arm, which was the only one that was still intact, to stand up. Ignoring the injuries on her body, she immediately raised her head to look at the main peak. At this moment, the sky above ancient Phoenix Mountain had already been completely covered by rolling dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, there was only darkness. A golden ball of light floated in the air, shining so brightly that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Its entire body was exuding a sacred and powerful aura. It made people unconsciously revere him. Below the golden ball of light was a ring-shaped silver sea that completely enveloped the main peak. The various colors of origin power that had appeared before all appeared dim and lifeless under the illumination of the silver light. From afar, the tiny specks of color were nothing more than the edges of the huge ring-shaped silver sea. They were not worth mentioning. Similarly, the power that erupted this time was several times greater than before. Qing Dai looked at it nervously, as if she was searching for something. Soon, she saw a tall figure leaping out from the silver sea. Evil, flamboyant, demonic. Yet, he was incomparably powerful. Qing Dai's heart finally settled down. "I'm all right, cough cough," she closed her eyes and rejoiced. Although the blood between her lips and teeth stimulated her to keep coughing, as long as she saw that he could succeed, everything else didn't matter. When the 8th Tianlei came down, the three essences as one erupted with unprecedented power. On that mountaintop, the only one who could persist and stay should be His Highness the Crown Prince, right? Thinking of this, Qing Dai's eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. As if to confirm her guess, a few more figures were kicked out by the violent force one after another. She took a look and saw that they were the two people from the East Kam dynasty and the Xian dynasty. After that, another red figure was flung out from the silver sea. Red-tailed phoenix. In the midst of the chaos, it flapped its wings and hurriedly stabilized its body. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be carrying a few people with its claws. Those were obviously the people from the Tianling dynasty. Qing Dai had always felt a little uncomfortable with their appearance. When she saw this scene, her mood immediately became much better. Even the injuries on her body were not so serious. As such, only His Highness the Crown Prince was left on the mountaintop, Qi. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. After that, a slender and tall figure actually leaped up from below. The sword aura was awe-inspiring. It broke through the silver sea. Qing Dai's eyes suddenly widened. Shengguan Yu. After breaking through the layers of force, Chu Luiyue felt as if a mountain was on her shoulders. It was incomparably heavy. However, the moment she broke through everything and leaped into the air, the heavy pressure instantly disappeared. Above her head, golden light was shining, and under her feet, silver waves were sparkling. In all directions, there was an incomparably pure and majestic power. Everything was fine except for Jun Zhuqing, who was not far away. Sensing this movement, Jun Zhuqing looked over. There was no surprise on his handsome face that was almost devilishly handsome. Instead, he raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly and said slowly, "You're much slower than I expected." He originally thought that she would at most be a little slower than him, but he did not expect that she almost did not catch up. However, to be able to climb all the way up from the foot of the mountain under the condition of 3 elemental as one's prominence was not to be underestimated. Chu Luiyue glanced at him with an indifferent expression. "It's fine as long as you caught up. What's the matter if it's sooner or later?" Jun Zhuqing raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "Your strength is not as strong as before, but your temperament is still the same." She had always been like this, overly arrogant. There were many arrogant people in this world, including Jun Zhuqing himself. He always disliked such people, but he always felt that she was a little different from others. Therefore, after seeing this many times, he felt a little interested. Chu Luiyue pretended that she did not hear anything. Jun Zhuqing knew her identity a long time ago, and he knew her even more than she knew herself. It would be fine if he could say something useful, but unfortunately, he always said such specious and meaningless words. It was extremely boring. She looked up at the golden ball of light and went straight to the point. It seems that only one person can inherit the endless force of 3 elemental as one's prominence, as well as the divine power in it. Jun Zhuqing was not surprised. You want to compete with I? Chu Liuyue's lips curled up slightly. Although this originally belonged to Baiming Taizu, but, since we're already here, wouldn't it be a pity if we don't give it a try? You're no match for I. Jun Zhuqing was calm and composed. Even if he helps you, distant water can't put out a nearby fire. The result will be the same. Chu Luyue narrowed her eyes. Him? However, if you want this thing, it's not impossible. Jun Zhuqing looked at her, his eyes deep and his thin lips slightly curled. His voice was low and hoarse, like a warm night breeze brushing past her ear. As long as I signs the marriage contract, all of this will be yours. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 985. Chu Luyue narrowed her eyes and sneered. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not interested in this proposal. Besides, Prince Baiming is very resourceful. Don't tell me he doesn't know that I already have a fiancé? It doesn't seem appropriate to say that. You said it yourself. Since you're not married yet, there's still a chance for others. Besides, there are many couples in this world who choose to divorce because they can't live together. You're not the only one. The smile in Jun Zhuqing's eyes deepened, as if he didn't realize how inappropriate his words were at this time. I don't have much patience, but, I can still wait. Then, you might be disappointed. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows and smiled. Perhaps if you wait like this, you will directly wait until the day you die. Why bother? Jun Zhuqing's eyes darkened. A cold aura surged around him. Chu Liuyue's body tensed up, and she held the long yuan sword tightly. No one would be happy to hear this, not to mention the high and mighty Prince Baiming. However, just as Chu Luyue thought that Jun Zhuqing was going to attack in anger, the dangerous aura around him gradually dissipated. Sure enough, he was still the same as before. He wasn't likable at all. Jun Zhuqing retracted his gaze and looked at the golden ball of light. His thin lips curled into a cold smile. Since that's the case, I won't be polite with you. Whenever she mentioned that person, the expression on her face would always make him angry. Now that she had changed her physical body and lost her memories, she still treated that person like that. How annoying. At this moment, the 9th Tianlei finally fell. Boom! The Tianlei fell and collided with the golden ball of light. Dazzling starlight exploded instantly. It surged in all directions. At this moment, the world lost its color. It was as if an invisible hand had torn open a huge hole in the dark sky, from which a river of dazzling golden light was gushing out. In an instant, it covered everything. The figures of Chu Luyue and Jun Zhuqing were also swallowed up in an instant. All of the onlookers who saw this scene were all on edge. That was His Majesty just now, right? Yuan Jinghong asked anxiously. Just now, they had all been thrown out by that violent force and were barely able to stabilize themselves with Dumpling's help. Now, they were all halfway up another mountain. Although it was still impossible to avoid the terrifying pressure here, it was still much safer than before. He had thought that there was no hope for him to compete, but he had never expected that at the last moment, Chu Luyue would appear. However, the thought that her opponent was Jun Zhuqing made her feel uneasy. Jun Zhuqing was extremely strong. Moreover, it was Prince Baiming. It could be said that they had the upper hand. Compared to him, Chu Luyue really didn't have much of an advantage. Nothing will happen to her, right? That was the last force of 3 essences as one, the position where the 2 of them were at previously could be said to be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. They had already retreated so far away. Just by feeling the pressure of the aftershocks, they felt that it was unbearable. The position in the middle was really unimaginable. She will be fine. Mu Hongyu stared at the sea of gold and silver in the sky and said firmly and seriously. No matter what the situation was, she could always handle it. This time, it was the same. Ugh, a low groan of pain was heard. It was Chang Wanzhou who was curled up in a ball. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he was going through terrible torture. Wu Ming called out to him a few times, but he didn't wake up. Chang, Wu Ming instinctively reached out to pat him. However, the moment he touched his body, he gasped and quickly withdrew his hand. It's so cold. Chang Wanzhou's body was actually as cold as an ice cube. No, this chill was even colder than that. Come and take a look. What's the matter with him? Wu Ming's nervous look surprised the others. Jian Fengqi came forward, intending to check his pulse. It was bone-chilling. He immediately frowned. With just a touch, he felt as if there was a cold force flowing from his palm to his limbs and bones. With a thought, a ball of flame suddenly appeared in his hand. Relying on the isolation of the flame, he held Chang Wanzhou's shoulder and turned him over. With this look, Jian Fengqi's expression changed slightly. The others were also stunned on the spot. Because Chang Wanzhou's face was covered with a thin layer of frost. There was a strange rune between his eyebrows that was faintly discernible. And the terrible chill was spreading from that rune. What's wrong with him? Mu Hongyu's eyes widened slightly, and she looked confused and shocked. Jian Fengqi let go of his hand. Don't touch him first. Once this cold force enters his body, it's extremely difficult to remove. He had only touched him a few more times, but the chill almost froze his palm. If he hadn't mobilized the flame in advance to block it, he was afraid. There seems to be a seal in his body that's about to be broken. A seal? Didn't he grow up in Nanjiang? How could there be a seal? Yuan Jinghong asked curiously. Jian Fengqi shook his head. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked back at the dazzling scene on the main peak. Waves of aftershocks were spreading rapidly with that place as the center. Perhaps, it's the power of the three essences as one that helped him, Jian Fengqi said, but his frown deepened. Because he didn't know whether this was helping Chang Wanzhou or, at this moment, Chang Wanzhou curled up even tighter, and a light flashed between his eyebrows. When the terrible golden force came crashing down, Chu Luiyue didn't even have time to react before she was hit hard on the top of the mountain. Bam! A sharp pain came from her back. It almost made Chu Luiyue's mind go blank for a moment. She stabbed the long yuan sword into the ground and tried to stand up, but she found that she was burdened with the power of a king, and every movement was very difficult. The last force of three essences as one fell from the sky, and the endless force that had been accumulated for thousands of years gushed out. The pressure was naturally unimaginable for ordinary people. Needless to say, there was also a trace of divine power mixed in. Chu Luiyue forcefully swallowed the sweet and fishy taste in her mouth. She moved slowly, and the hard armor rubbed against the ground, making an ear-piercing sound. Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth. She knew that if it wasn't for the pure gold armor, her life would have been ended just now. She looked up and saw that Jun Zheqing was still standing in midair, and his body was covered with endless radiance. Compared to her, he was obviously more relaxed. In the end, it was because her realm and strength were not enough that she was in such a sorry state. Girl, do you still want to continue? Taizu asked worriedly. With her current level, to deal with such a situation was really, of course. Chu Luiyue said through gritted teeth. As soon as she finished speaking, a black shield appeared in front of her. She stared at the black shield in front of her and muttered softly, whether or not I can do it this time, depends on you. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 986. Clang. The simple and heavy black shield landed heavily on the ground, and a few cracks instantly appeared. Chu Luiyue looked down and saw the spreading cracks, and her pupils shrank. One had to know that even the long yuan sword did not leave any marks on the ground. she had already noticed that this smooth and tidy mountaintop was very different from the other places. The other mountain peaks had long since been destroyed by the continuous origin tides. Even the main peak was in a mess. However, this mountaintop was completely unscathed. And this black shield had only landed on the ground, and it had actually cracked in an instant. Chu Luiyue had vaguely felt that this black shield was very mysterious, and it seemed to be stronger than expected. Now, it seemed that she was right. With the help of this black shield, the pressure Chu Luiyue had to endure was instantly reduced by a lot. This also gave her a chance to breathe. After quickly adjusting her breathing, she began to think of her next move. Without a doubt, Jun Zhuoqing had the advantage over her in all aspects, and it would be very difficult for her to obtain the final victory. However, since she was already here, she had to give it a try. Moreover, she had not gotten back everything that she had suffered in that chaotic space. Chu Luiyue looked up. The golden force that surrounded Jun Zhuoqing was rapidly being devoured by him. The force tide caused by the three essences as one's prominence depended on one's ability. If one could devour one more force than the others, it would be considered a victory. The more force one devoured, the more one's strength would increase. Of course, this also depended on the various aspects of each cultivator. If one was blindly greedy for force and did not care about one's own limits, it would only be harmful in the end. At this moment, a small golden peach blossom fell silently. Chu Luiyue almost instinctively reached out and caught the peach blossom. At first glance, Chu Luiyue was sure that this was the one she saw in the golden ball of light. However, the moment she touched it, the peach blossom quietly dissipated, transforming into a few streaks of flowing light and entering her palm. A warm energy flowed into his limbs and bones. The internal injuries he had sustained earlier were actually beginning to recover rapidly. Chu Luiyue was shocked. This doesn't seem to be the power of the three essences as one. But how did it appear there? Moreover, it just so happened to be in the shape of a peach blossom. Boom! Boom! Chu Luiyue didn't have time to think about these questions. Waves of power surged toward him again. She took a deep look at her palm. Soon after, she put away these thoughts and sat down cross-legged with her hands placed on her knees. Boundless golden origin power descended from the sky like a flood, completely enveloping her within. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and began to frantically devour the surrounding energy. Chu Luiyue absorbed the origin power of heaven and earth at an extremely fast speed. Soon, a golden energy vortex appeared above her head. At the same time, her aura was rising rapidly. However, this didn't make Mu Hongyu and the others who were watching feel at ease. Instead, they were even more worried. How can Her Majesty devour the origin power so quickly? This is too dangerous. She's only at the peak of the 6th rank now. Yuan Jinghong's face was full of panic. At this rate, in less than a quarter of an hour, her body would not be able to take it anymore. However, even though they were full of worry, they couldn't get close to the main peak at this time. They could only watch helplessly. Mu Hongyu clenched her fists, her heart also clenched tightly. She pursed her lips and said firmly, "I believe she knows what she's doing. I believe that she knows what she's doing. She can definitely do it. She's overestimating herself." After Gong Sunyu was knocked down, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, when he saw the situation at the top of the mountain, he was still full of dissatisfaction. He had nothing to say about Jun Zhuoqing staying and inheriting this power. However, what was going on with that Sheng Guanyu? It was fine if she suddenly barged into the ancient Phoenix Mountain, but now she wants to compete with Jun Zhuoqing? Who gave her the courage to do so? Qing Dai treated the injuries on her body with difficulty and stared at the main peak without blinking. Sheng Guanyu wants to snatch the last power, why didn't His Highness stop her? When the two of them were confronting each other just now, he clearly had the time and opportunity. Qing Dai bit her lips. She had been following His Highness since she was young. Although she didn't dare to say that she knew him very well, she was familiar with his character and could somewhat guess his thoughts. He had always hated people fighting for what belonged to him. This time, he was determined to win the opening of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so polite to Shang Guanyu. Qing Dai felt even more uncomfortable when she thought of the meaningful look he gave her before. Could it be that His Highness is really interested in Shang Guanyu? Thinking of this, Qing Dai unconsciously clenched her sleeves. It wasn't just these people. At this moment, the people waiting outside the barrier also saw this scene. Everyone had different reactions. Shang Guanyu is still going for that. Gong Sun Xiao had a complicated look on his face as he silently glanced at Jun Qiji. Jun Qiji was still calm. He stroked his beard and said, "It's good for young people to be aggressive." In other words, Shang Guanyu would definitely not be able to defeat Jun Zhuqing. In fact, most of the people present had the same thought. Shang Guanyu had no chance of winning this battle. She seems to have used something to block in front of her, Ning Yuan suddenly said. Unfortunately, they could only see a rough outline and couldn't see it clearly. It seems to be a shield, Tan Taichen sneered. Whether it's a shield or something else, the outcome is already decided. There was still a trace of divine power in the boundless force. Even if Shang Guanyu had a divine weapon, it was impossible for her to fight against it with her current strength. She was definitely going to lose this battle. From Tan Taichen's point of view, he was even happy to see Shang Guanyu digging her own grave. The more arrogant she was, the worse she would end up. It would be a piece of cake to deal with her after she came out of the barrier. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. Chu Luiyue was still as motionless as a mountain as she continued to devour the force around her. Yuan Jinghong and the others were shocked. According to their previous calculations, Chu Luiyue would only be able to hold on for another 15 minutes before she collapsed. However, from the looks of it, it seemed like there wasn't much of a problem. The few of them could only continue to wait anxiously. However, they didn't expect to wait for an hour. At this time, Chu Luiyue was still motionless. Judging from the golden origin vortex above her head, one could tell that she was still rapidly devouring the energy. Her body was like a bottomless pit, sucking in all of this energy. Yuan Jinghong's heart, which had calmed down a little, started to tremble again. Why hasn't Her Majesty stopped yet? Digression, let's continue in the afternoon. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from LoveNet. Chapter 987. She stood there quietly and did not do anything. However, the power and pressure that everyone else thought was extremely terrifying did not seem to pose any threat to her. Vaguely, one could only see streaks of golden flowing light surging around her body. Actually, Chu Luiyue was also slightly taken aback. Because at this moment, she realized that this scarlet gold holy armor seemed to have a stronger defense than before. This was too strange. After all, this was not the first time she had used the scarlet gold holy armor. However, there had never been such signs before. It was very strong, so strong that it could allow her to fight against 3 rank 8 martial artists alone and escape unscathed. However, it did not seem to be to this extent. Chu Luiyue suppressed this doubt and raised her hand. An orange origin force flew over and surged into her body silently. Although it was somewhat dangerous to pour this origin power downward, it still contained an extremely great amount of power. It was a pity to be completely isolated from the outside world. She still had to make use of what she had to, right? Seeing Chu Luiyue's series of actions, the youth was dumbfounded. What was she doing? She was actually so interested in something that others could not avoid, and even took the initiative to guide that power into her body. At this moment, a pressure rapidly approached from above. He had been careless and did not notice this danger in time. By the time he realized that something was wrong, an orange origin force had already caught up to him. It looked like it was about to completely crush him. Chi! A streak of black light flashed and blocked the terrifying power. In an instant, the orange light scattered in all directions. This place will become even more dangerous later. It's safer for you to leave as soon as possible. Chu Luiyue put away the Dragon Abyss sword and said this before walking up. The youth stared at her figure in a daze for a long time before shouting out loudly. Thank you. However, Chu Liuyue's figure was already far away. He pursed his lips and finally continued walking towards the foot of the mountain. When Chu Liyue was halfway up the mountain, she had already endured 3 origin force waves. Just as she had expected, the higher she went, the stronger the pressure she had to endure, and the more dangerous the situation she was in. However, not only did she not slow down, she gradually increased her speed. Because, the feeling of devouring these origin forces seemed to be quite good. As Chu Liyue walked up, she continuously absorbed the energy around her. After all, it was an existence that contained divine power. The origin force that gushed out from the colorful ball of light was also much purer than the ordinary origin force outside. Chu Liyue vaguely felt that she had touched that invisible barrier again, a rank 7 martial artist. When the power of 3 elements at once prominence was completely poured down, she might be able to break through. As Chu Liyue continued to ascend, he would occasionally hear a few cries of agony. It should be those who had tried to climb the mountain previously and could not withstand the power, which was why they were like this. When she was 2/3 of the way up, there was already a 5th wave of origin force. This time, 2 figures flew down from the top of the mountain. Of course, it was obvious that they had been eliminated. Chu Liyue looked at them from afar and found that their figures were a little familiar. They seemed to be people from the Baiming dynasty and the Xian dynasty. She looked up and raised her eyebrows slightly. Jian Fengqi and the others had actually persisted until now. Boom! The 7th heavenly lightning fell and struck the ball of light. At this moment, it was no longer the colorful ball of light at the beginning. There were only 3 intertwining colors left. And when this heavenly lightning struck, it set off a terrifying tide of energy once again. This time, the energy was a demonic purple. It fell from the sky and swept away. At this moment, the main peak, along with the surrounding peaks, were almost all bare. On the mountain, cracks could be seen everywhere, and it was a mess. However, only the top of the main peak was still as smooth and clean as before. At this moment, there were only a few people left on top of it. Only Gong Sun Yu was left in the Xian dynasty. Only the slightly chubby man was left in the Dongning dynasty. Even the Baiming dynasty only had Jun Juqing and Qing Dai left. But, other than them, the 5 people from the Tianling dynasty were still here. Although they weren't in a good condition, they were still in one piece. Of course, part of this was due to Tuanzi's efforts, but it was also due to their united efforts. Mu Hongyu had a virtual essence body and could temporarily freeze the surrounding space. Relying on this alone, they could avoid the most powerful attacks. That was why none of them had been eliminated until now. The surrounding lights of various colors flickered. Chang Wanzhou leaned to the side and didn't move at all. Only the pattern between his eyebrows was getting brighter. The 7th wave of energy spread out. At this moment, there were only silver and gold intertwining on the ball of light. And the outline inside was gradually becoming clearer. It seemed to be a flower. Unfortunately, at this moment, they couldn't see what it was from the outside. Jun Juqing stared at the ball of light tightly, looking secretive. Boom! The 8th wave. In an instant, the silver light lit up the world. Chu Liyue seemed to sense it and looked up. In mid-air, the ball of golden light was burning like a flame. The supreme pressure was impressive. The golden light flowed, and one could vaguely see that there seemed to be a flower bud inside. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a strong sense of familiarity. She subconsciously gripped the Dragon Abyss sword tightly, jumped up, and headed straight for the top of the mountain. At this moment, the light flickered, and she finally saw what was inside clearly. It was a peach blossom. Digression. I forgot to tell you that the answer is to sleep on the floor. I wanted to let you sleep in the room, but they all said that you were chased out. Rongsho. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 988. At the same time, Jun Joching also saw this scene. There was a touch of impatience and murderous intent in his blood-red eyes. "You're really haunting me. I'm so annoyed." His thin lips were slightly raised into a smile, but the corners of his eyes and the tip of his eyebrows were very cold. His hoarse and deep voice sounded a little gloomy at this moment. Qing Dai, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but look up when she heard this. Unfortunately, the golden ball of light was flowing and shining, and she couldn't see what was inside. She quickly glanced at Jun Joching out of the corner of her eyes, feeling a little curious. His Royal Highness Crown Prince seemed to be moody, but in fact, he was very cold and indifferent in most situations. There were very few things that could enter his eyes, let alone affect his emotions. But just now, he seemed to have seen something appear in the ball of light, and the aura around him suddenly became cold and gloomy. This kind of situation was really rare. Moreover, His Royal Highness had already inherited most of the power of 3 primordial convergence, and was only one step away from successfully inheriting the endless origin force. What was there to be annoyed about? However, before she could think clearly, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly attacked from all directions. Under the gloomy sky, the silver origin power surged violently like a surging river, surging forward in torrents. And the people on top of the mountain seemed very insignificant in front of this power. When the silver origin force fell from the sky, it was instantly like a big wave washing away the sand. 2. Just as Qing Dai opened her mouth, her body was swept away uncontrollably. She almost subconsciously wanted to operate the origin force in her body to reduce this part of the power, but it was impossible. Her little bit of power seemed so insignificant at this moment. The terrifying power intertwined with each other, and it almost made her internal organs burst. Then, her vision turned black, and her body was thrown out instantly. Bang! Qing Dai crashed heavily on a mountain peak next to her. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body kept falling, and finally fell on a protruding rock, and a few bones were broken. She wanted to support her body to stand up, but it was useless. She could only rely on her right arm, which was still intact, to force herself to stand up. She didn't care about her injuries, and immediately raised her head to look at the main peak. At this time, the sky above the ancient Phoenix Mountain had been completely covered by rolling dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, it was dark. A golden ball of light floated in the air, shining so brightly that people almost couldn't open their eyes, and its whole body was emitting a holy and powerful aura. It made people unconsciously feel awe. And under the golden ball of light was a ring-shaped silver sea, which completely covered the main peak. The origin powers of all colors that had appeared before were now dim and lifeless under the silvery radiance. Looking from afar, the little bit of color was just the edge of the huge ring-shaped silver sea, and it was not worth mentioning. Similarly, the power that erupted this time was also several times more than before. Qing Dai looked at it nervously, and she quickly searched for something. In next to no time, she saw a tall figure leaping up from the silver ocean. Evil, ostentatious, and demonic. But it was incomparably powerful. Qing Dai's heart that was hanging in suspense finally calmed down. It's okay. Ahem, she closed her eyes, feeling very lucky. Although the rolling blood and qi between her lips and teeth stimulated her to cough continuously, as long as she saw that he could succeed, everything else didn't matter. When the 8th heavenly thunder came down, the 3 primordial convergence at one's prominence burst out with unprecedented power. On that mountain top, the only one who could persevere and stay should be His Highness, the Crown Prince, right? Thinking of this, Qing Dai's eyes were full of admiration and admiration. As if to confirm her guess, a few figures were kicked out one after another by the violent force. She looked at them and saw that they were the 2 people from the East Kam dynasty and the Xian dynasty. Then, another crimson figure was flung out from the silver sea. A red-tailed red phoenix. In the chaos, it flapped its wings and hurriedly steadied itself. Looking closely, it seemed to be carrying a few people on its claws. Obviously, they were the people from the Tianling dynasty. Qing Dai had been a little uncomfortable with their appearance, but when she saw this scene, her mood instantly improved a lot, and even the pain on her body wasn't so serious. So, on that mountain top, only His Highness, the Crown Prince, was left. Chi. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, a sharp whistling sound pierced through the air. Immediately after, a slender and tall figure leaped up from below. Sword Chi was awe-inspiring. It broke through the silver sea. Qing Dai's eyes suddenly widened. Shengguan Yu. Breaking through the layers of origin power, Chu Luyue felt as if a mountain was on her shoulders. It was extremely heavy. However, the moment she broke through everything and leaped up, the heavy pressure instantly disappeared. Golden light shone above her head, and silver ripples sparkled under her feet. In all directions, there was an incomparably pure and majestic power. Everything was fine, except for Jun Zhuqing, who was not far away. Noticing the commotion, Jun Zhuqing looked over. There was no surprise on his handsome, almost devilishly handsome face. Instead, his sword-like eyebrows were slightly raised, and he said slowly, "You're much slower than I expected." He originally thought that she would at most be a little slower than him, but he didn't expect that she almost didn't make it. However, to be able to come all the way up from the foot of the mountain under the situation of the three primordial ones at one's prominence was not to be underestimated. Chu Luyue glanced at him with an indifferent expression. "It's fine as long as you made it. So what if it's sooner or later?" Jun Zhuqing raised his eyebrows slightly with a faint smile. Her strength is not as good as before, but her temper is still the same. She had always been like this, overly arrogant. There were many arrogant people in this world, including Jun Zhuqing himself. He had always disliked people like this, but he always felt that she was a little different from others. Therefore, after seeing her like this for a long time, he felt a little interested. Chu Luyue pretended not to hear anything. Jun Zhuqing had known her identity a long time ago, and he knew her better than she knew herself. It would be fine if he could say something useful, but unfortunately, he always said such specious and meaningless words. It was extremely boring. She looked up at the golden ball of light and went straight to the point. It seems that only one person can inherit the endless origin force of the three primordial ones at one's prominence and the divine power within it. Jun Zhuqing was not surprised. "You want to compete with me?" Chu Luyue's lips curled slightly. Although this originally belonged to the great ancestor of the North Sea, but, since we are already here, wouldn't it be a pity not to try? "You are no match for me." Jun Zhuqing was calm and composed. "Even if he helps you, distant water can't put out a nearby fire. The result will be the same." Chu Luyue narrowed her eyes. "Him? However, if you want this thing, there is a way." Jun Zhuqing looked at her, his eyes deep and his thin lips curled slightly. His voice was low and hoarse, like a slightly warm night breeze blowing past her ears. "As long as I sign the marriage contract, all of this will be yours." Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 989. Preposterous. Tan Taichen sneered. "Is Shengguan Yu crazy? She actually wants to try to break through at this time? She must be dreaming." Three essences as one. The boundless force that had been accumulated in the ancient Phoenix Mountain for thousands of years poured down violently. How could she be allowed to slowly break through? Furthermore, she was previously at the peak of rank 6. What she was about to cross was the threshold of rank 7. Ordinary cultivators would need to prepare for a long time in order to successfully break through this realm. They would only dare to try after ensuring that nothing would go wrong. However, Shengguan Yu actually wanted to break through that barrier under such circumstances? She must be tired of living. Dream on. Does she really think that she can defy the heavens? Just the boundless force alone is enough to destroy her completely. Tan Taichen scolded coldly and disdainfully. This process required a high degree of concentration and elimination of all distracting thoughts. How could Shengguan Yu calm down while being besieged by the boundless force and divine power? She was afraid that it wouldn't be long before she would be destroyed by that terrifying pressure. There was a moment of silence. Ning Yuan slowly sat up straight and stared at the slender figure of the woman on the top of the mountain. He didn't say anything. With her peak rank 6 strength, it is already her limit to hold on until now. If she wants to continue, this is the only way for her to fight for the boundless force of 3 essences as one. As long as she could break through to rank 7, her strength would increase greatly. One had to know that there was a huge gap between a rank 6 warrior and a rank 7 warrior. Countless cultivators were stuck at this level and could not break through for many years. They even regretted it for the rest of their lives. It was because this threshold was simply too difficult to cross. There were 9 ranks in a martial artist. Among them, rank 3 was another stage. The process of crossing rank 3 and rank 6 was extremely important. Disregarding everything else, just the heavens canopy alone was a boundary that only rank 7 martial artists could enter and exit. It could be seen how crucial this stage was. That's not all. Gongsun Shao narrowed his eyes, his expression complicated. When a cultivator breaks through, they can often devour a large amount of force, and the breakthrough of a rank 7 warrior is even more so. He took a deep breath and stared at the golden origin power in the sky for a long while before speaking in a deep voice. This breakthrough is also known as the God-gazing barrier. It is related to one's future development potential. To a large extent, it determines the final level a cultivator can reach. The so-called God-gazing pass referred to being able to gaze upon the God domain after crossing this pass. Of course, this was only an exaggeration. However, it was undeniable that the success or failure of this stage was of great significance to any cultivator. If he could successfully cross it, it would mean that he was one step closer to the divine realm, and there was hope for him to become one of the top powerhouses in the continent. And if he failed, he might not be able to make any more progress in this lifetime. The fact that Shang Guanyu dared to do such a thing at such an important juncture showed just how daring they were. Even if Gongsun Shao didn't think much of her before, he was now somewhat convinced. However, in Tan Taichen's eyes, he only felt that Shang Guanyu was arrogant and conceited. Since ancient times, those who were too greedy didn't have a good ending. She should have known this from the moment she entered. Now that she chose to break through at this time. I think she's just destroying her own future. Jun Qiji shook his head, the expression in his eyes had returned to indifference. What a pity, it was a pity that such an outstanding genius was going to be destroyed here today. The ancient Phoenix Mountain was the territory of the northern underworld. How could she compete with the 9 ministers? Even if she wanted to cause trouble, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Most of the people outside the barrier didn't think highly of this, and there were even some who were waiting to see a joke. Elder Chen Ku raised his head and looked over anxiously. Your Majesty is too impulsive. If she couldn't win, wouldn't she just give up? Anyway, she had already gone through the baptism of 8 levels of strength. Other than Jun Zhuqing, she had already won against everyone on the ancient Phoenix Mountain. This was enough to anger her to death. Why did she have to take such a risk at this time? Xin Yi's long and narrow eyes were obscure. He said indifferently. She'll be fine. Elder Chen Ku turned to look at him, but he saw that Xin Yi's expression was very calm, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. How can you be so sure? Elder Chen Ku asked with a dry throat. Xin Yi smiled. If Elder Chen Ku doesn't believe me, you can continue watching. Her ability was far more than this. Hearing his words, Elder Su Jin and the others, who were originally very nervous, also relaxed a little. Actually, they weren't very familiar with this Xin Yi. They only knew that he started following His Majesty a few years ago. After that, he formed the 13 Yu Guard with him as the leader. As for his origins, no one knew. Even the extent of his strength remained a mystery from the beginning to the end. However, he was the same as His Majesty. He always had an aura that made people feel at ease. Perhaps His Majesty could indeed safely pass through this trial. Chu Luiyue sat cross-legged with her eyes tightly shut. Her body was like a black hole, constantly and crazily devouring the surrounding golden origin power. Soon, her entire body was enveloped by a resplendent golden light. The intense pain gradually turned numb. There was only one thought left in her mind: devouring origin power. Countless origin power surged into her limbs and bones, crazily cleansing her yuan meridian. It even faintly felt like it was going to burst. However, every time this happened, the water droplet in her dantian would quickly absorb all of this origin power. Countless vigorous origin power surged in, but it didn't leave any ripples on the surface. This cycle repeated, and Chu Liuyue's yuan meridian's potential was completely stimulated in this process. The water droplet spun faster and faster, crazily absorbing more and more origin power. Such a commotion shocked everyone. They originally thought that Chu Liyue wouldn't be able to hold on for long, and would explode from the origin power. However, as time passed, she was actually safe and sound. Moreover, the golden origin power that filled the sky seemed to be leaning towards her side. From afar, there seemed to be an invisible scale on top of the mountain. The two ends of the scale were occupied by Chu Liyue and Jun Zhuqing respectively. Previously, Jun Zhuqing had the upper hand. But now, the scale was gradually tilting towards the other side. Chu Liyue replaced Jun Zhuqing and became the new center of the energy vortex. Jun Zhuqing wanted to reclaim the origin power, but he was shocked to find that he seemed to have lost control of it. Above the sky, the clouds were rolling, and it was boundlessly dark. At this moment, a silver snake-like Tianlei appeared in the black cumulus clouds. Rumble. In an instant, almost half of the sky was illuminated. Tan Taichen, who was outside the barrier, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, gazing of God's tribulation. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 990. As the name suggested, the God's Ascension Tribulation was a lightning tribulation that was summoned when a cultivator passed the God's Ascension stage. Not every cultivator who tried to break through to the 7th stage would be able to summon it. Generally speaking, only geniuses with great potential would be able to do so. Even so, most people would only summon it after they broke through to the 7th stage. It was very rare for someone to summon a lightning tribulation not long after they tried to break through to the 7th stage. How did it appear so quickly? Tan Taichen was bewildered, his face full of panic. It was expected that Shangguan could summon the God's Ascension Tribulation. After all, she was a genius with a Daijing Yuan Meridian and had contracted a divine beast. She was considered one of the best among the younger generation. However, the God's Ascension Tribulation appeared too early. The earlier the God's Ascension Tribulation appears, the stronger the pressure it contains, and the greater the test the cultivator will face. Ning Yuan spoke slowly. His voice was deep and powerful. Of course, this also means that the cultivator will be able to reach a higher level in the future. In short, those who could summon the God's Ascension Tribulation were all geniuses. The earlier the God's Ascension Tribulation appeared, the higher the value of the talent. Tan Taichen's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip from it. There was no need for Ning Yuan to say these words. Everyone knew. It was precisely because of this that he was so shocked that he lost his composure. This meant that Shangguan Yu's talent was stronger than they had expected. Gongsun Shao suddenly said. This is indeed the earliest God's Ascension Tribulation that I have seen in my life. His voice was no longer casual and boastful. He sat up straight with a tense expression. Compared to before, his attitude had changed greatly. It was obvious that he had finally realized that Shangguan Yu's talent and potential were far greater than what he had seen before. No wonder she could break the barrier of the ancient Phoenix Mountain, even with the help of the Taizu from Tianling. She had personally slashed down with her sword. If she didn't have the ability, how could she have fought her way to the top of the mountain and even fought with Jun Zhuqing? Ning Yuan suddenly thought of something and turned around to look at Jun Qiji. I wonder how long it took for Prince Baiming to summon the divine tribulation when he broke through to the 7th rank. Jun Qiji didn't say anything, but his expression was much more serious than before. It was obvious that this scene had quite a big impact on him. It seems that the new emperor of the Tianling dynasty does indeed possess extraordinary talent. Just this point alone is enough to put him on par with the 9 ministers. If she was given a few more years, perhaps she could really fight the 9 ministers head-on. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Jun Qiji's words were very polite. It wasn't hard to tell that Shang Guanyu's talent was on par with Jun Zhoqing's. Moreover, he said that in a few years, the two of them might be able to fight. One had to know that the current Jun Zhoqing was already a stage 9 warrior. And Shang Guanyu was only at the peak of stage 6. His evaluation of Shang Guanyu was actually so high, then she has to have the ability to pass today's threshold first. Tan Taichen clenched his fists tightly, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Since ancient times, only 2 or 3 out of 10 people have successfully passed the divine tribulation. No matter how strong this divine tribulation is, she has to have the ability to pass it. If she fails and suffers the backlash of the divine tribulation, it won't be so easy. Looking at the divine tribulation in the sky, Jun Zhoqing frowned slightly. It was reasonable for her to be able to summon the divine tribulation. However, the timing was really not good. Surrounded by an endless amount of force, and there was also a divine power in front of her that was constantly threatening her. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would already be unable to take care of themselves, but she still dared to try to break through. Did she think that she didn't have enough trouble? Jun Zhoqing's eyes darkened, and the aura on his body rose again. He waved his sleeves, wanting to take back all the force. But, how could it be so easy? If Chu Luiyue wanted to break through, she must devour the force of heaven and earth. This process was originally destined by the heavens, and no cultivator could stop or change it. This was also the important reason why Chu Luiyue was determined to break through at this time. No matter how powerful Jun Zhoqing was, he couldn't be stronger than the heavens. Looking at the divine tribulation swimming wildly in the clouds and growing stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye, Jun Zhoqing's expression gradually turned cold. He clearly realized that now that things had progressed to this stage, no one could stop it. As for the outcome, it all depended on her. Compared to the various reactions of the others, Chu Luiyue was the calmest one. Although her eyes were closed, she could feel the divine tribulation in the sky. Thanks to her previous life, she had experienced all of this once, so she was still considered experienced. Naturally, it was much easier to deal with it. However, there was a faint doubt in her heart. This divine tribulation did appear a little early. No, perhaps it should be said that it was abnormally early. Because this appeared even faster than when she tried to break through to a stage 7 warrior in her previous life. One had to know that she had a Tianjing Yuan meridian at that time. It was natural for her to be able to summon a powerful divine tribulation. But now, she had a Daijing Yuan meridian. How could it be even faster than that time? Chu Luiyue couldn't understand. But it didn't matter if she didn't understand. The important thing was to be prepared to survive this divine tribulation. More and more blood seeped out of her body, and her clothes were almost completely soaked. The thick smell of blood filled the tip of her nose. The wind whistled in her ears, and the turbulent golden force was constantly injected into her body, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In her dantian, a wave finally appeared on the water droplet. Buzz! The tribulation lightning in the sky suddenly struck down fiercely as if it had sensed the ripple. Boom! Chu Luiyue suddenly opened her eyes. The first one. Long Yuan sword. She let out a clear shout. The Long Yuan sword instantly flew up and faced the divine tribulation head-on. On the sword body, several rays of light flickered. It was the Tianlei force that it contained. Rumble. The two forces collided violently, and the silver light flickered. Even the golden origin power that filled the sky was swept away by the impact. The surrounding mountains of the main peak were affected by this force and collapsed one after another. This showed how powerful it was. Gradually, the dazzling light dissipated. Countless pairs of eyes quickly looked over. On the peak of the mountain, Chu Luiyue was still sitting cross-legged, and the long yuan sword was suspended above her head. It was the long yuan sword that blocked the first divine tribulation for her. However, at this moment, the second divine tribulation that looked like a silver dragon quickly appeared in the sky. Its momentum was vast, and the pressure was deep. It was several times stronger than the previous one. Tan Taichen sneered and sat down. This divine tribulation will never stop until it sees the real person. Using any other means to block it will not be able to pass. Every time she dodges, the divine tribulation will appear again, and it will be stronger than before. I want to see what she can do this time. Digression: yesterday's chapter number was wrong, and today it's back. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 991. The gazing godly tribulation could only be overcome by oneself. Chu Luiyue knew this. The more she tried to block and dodge, the stronger the pressure would be. She was extremely clear about this point in her heart. But she had no other choice at this time. She knew that she was not ready yet. On the one hand, she had barely gained the upper hand in the battle with Jun Zhuqing, and she had not devoured much of the golden force yet. She could not spare the time and energy to face the gazing godly tribulation head-on. On the other hand, the gazing godly tribulation appeared too early. She was still a distance away from the barrier of a rank 7 warrior, and she had no chance of winning if she rashly tried to overcome the tribulation now. So, she could only choose to let the long yuan sword block it for her under such circumstances. Actually, Chu Luiyue was not the only one who would do this. Many cultivators in the world would make the same choice when trying to overcome this hurdle. This was also why the earlier the gazing godly tribulation appeared, the stronger it was. It deliberately left a lot of time for the cultivator to attack again and again. If it appeared too early, the cultivator's strength would not be enough to deal with it. Once they faced it head-on, they would fail. So, they could only choose to delay. And in the process of delaying, the power of the gazing godly tribulation would increase again and again. In the end, the cultivator had to be prepared to face it personally and fight with it. If they won, it would be considered as truly overcoming the gazing godly tribulation. If there was a mistake in the process, all their efforts would be in vain. Because of this, many cultivators would often make a lot of preparations and think of many ways to deal with it when they were preparing to break through to a rank 7 warrior. So, when they saw Chu Luiyue trying to break through this hurdle without any preparation, everyone was so shocked and even thought that she was crazy. Wasn't it crazy to gamble with one's own life and future? After the battle just now, the power of the long yuan sword was partly depleted. Chu Luiyue knew that she had to be fast. As if it had sensed her thoughts, the ripples of the water droplet in her dantian suddenly increased in amplitude. This also allowed Chu Luiyue's speed of devouring force to increase again. Looking from afar, everyone could only see the endless golden origin power crazily pouring into that slender and straight figure. Countless people who were at the foot of the main peak and at the edge of the main peak were shocked to see this scene. Crazy. This is really crazy. With so much force entering the body, even a rank 7 warrior might not be able to withstand it. What was she trying to do? Do you want to die? No wonder she dares to compete with Jun Zhuqing. What can a person with such courage not do? But don't you think that it's already very strange for her to be able to hold on until now? She's only at the peak of the 6th step. Even if it was the Daijing Yuan Meridian, it should have exploded long ago. Why does it seem like nothing has happened? What the hell? Do you guys remember that she used to have the Tianjing Yuan Meridian? Could it be that she's actually, still? How is that possible? How could it be so easy to obtain a Tianjing Yuan Meridian? Then how do you explain her current situation? I saw it clearly just now. Jun Zhuqing wanted to snatch that endless origin power but failed. If not for the Tianjing Yuan Meridian, how could she do such a heaven-defying thing? The crowd discussed fervently, but Jian Fengqi and the rest fell into an eerie silence. Yuan Jinghong used her elbow to nudge Jian Fengqi and lowered her voice. Hey, Fengqi, don't you think that this scene seems a little familiar? Jian Fengqi was expressionless as if he was too lazy to answer. However, when Mu Hongyu heard this, she couldn't help but look back at them and ask curiously, familiar? Have you guys seen such a situation before? Oh, right. Lu Yu did seem to have broken through to become a rank 7 warrior in the past, right? Have you guys seen it? When she was in Shangguanyu, I heard that her rank was much higher than now. Rank 7. Shouldn't be a problem. Yuan Jinghong seemed to have thought of something, and the corner of her eyes twitched. I knew it was so familiar. When Her Majesty broke through to become a rank 7 warrior in the past, he and Jian Fengqi happened to be there, and they indeed saw it clearly. Now that he thought about it, wasn't the scene in front of him extremely similar to that time? Although it's not exactly the same in detail, coincidentally, Her Majesty also broke through to become a rank 7 warrior in the process of fighting with someone, and at that time, she also summoned the god's tribulation early on. She went back and forth a few times in the middle before finally facing the attack personally. Mu Hongyu's interest was instantly piqued. I knew it. Then, she must be very powerful back then, right? Yuan Jinghong looked away. That. Yes. Yes, seeing that he wasn't willing to say more, Mu Hongyu snorted and looked at Jian Fengqi. Young master, you've seen it too, right? Tell me. Tell me. Jian Fengqi glanced at her, and his gaze was extremely indifferent. Have you seen Jun Zhuqing? Mu Hongyu glanced at him. I've seen him. This young master is him back then. Mu Hongyu shuddered and asked with a trembling voice. Then what happened to you? Jian Fengqi smiled. His smile was extremely flirtatious, but there was no smile in his eyes. What do you think? This Jun Zhuqing, I'm afraid that his ending won't be any better than mine back then. If that pervert wants to break through, who can stop him? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the second lightning tribulation in the sky struck down fiercely again. Boom! Digression. In the afternoon, mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 992. This time, it was still the Long Yuan sword that fought. However, compared to the previous time when she had the upper hand, the situation this time had obviously changed. The power of the second lightning tribulation was much stronger than before, but the power of the Long Yuan sword was gradually depleted. With one increasing and one decreasing, they were finally evenly matched. Chu Luyue, who was directly below, could also feel the aftershock rolling over. Although the Long Yuan sword had reduced more than half of it and it was no longer a threat to her, Chu Luyue understood that the situation would only get worse. She had to complete the breakthrough as soon as possible. She had to cross the threshold of a rank 7 warrior. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and urged the water droplet in her body to swallow the surrounding golden force even faster. After these forces were transformed by the water droplet, they all became her strength and slowly seeped into her limbs and bones. Chu Luyue could feel the pain of her muscles, bones, and flesh being forcefully torn apart, and she could even feel that the Yuan meridian in her body was gradually approaching the limit of what it could bear. But what shocked her the most was that she had already reached this stage, but she still hadn't reached the time to break through. To break through to a rank 7 warrior, one had to pass the ascension stage and fight against the ascension stage tribulation. Ordinary cultivators would devour a portion of the heaven and earth force before breaking through to increase their strength. The more they devoured, the stronger their strength, and the higher the success rate of breaking through the threshold of a rank 7 warrior. Correspondingly, the pressure of the ascension stage tribulation to deal with would be stronger. However, as long as they succeeded, their strength after breaking through would be much higher than other cultivators of the same rank, and their potential and speed of cultivation in the future would also be greatly increased. Therefore, most people were still willing to take the risk. Chu Luyue originally calculated the time and felt that it should be about time, but she didn't expect that after waiting for so long, the water droplet in her dantian only kept spinning and devouring these forces, but it still didn't have any intention of breaking through. Previously, she felt that she had already faintly touched the barrier of a rank 7 warrior and thought that she would naturally break through, but she didn't expect that this step was still so far away. Chu Luyue used her divine sense to look inside and saw the ripples on the water droplet. The 6 gorgeous lines were clear and bright. But the 7th line didn't appear. She had long known that it was extremely difficult for the water droplet to break through. But she didn't expect it to remain unmoved even after devouring so much origin power. At this moment, the 3rd lightning tribulation had started to gather in the sky. Chu Liyue's abnormal behavior naturally attracted everyone's attention. It had been quite some time since she started trying to break through. According to reason, she should have reached the conditions for a breakthrough with the boundless golden origin power lingering around her and her devouring speed. But as time passed, she still maintained the same posture. If it wasn't for the golden origin power flowing continuously with her at the center, one would have thought she had fainted. Yuan Jinghong couldn't help but move closer to Jian Fengqi and ask carefully, "What's the matter?" "Fengqi, I remember that when His Majesty broke through to become a stage 7 warrior, he didn't take this long. Didn't he quickly complete his breakthrough and defeat you?" Jian Fengqi glanced at him. "This young master's memory is very good, there's no need for you to mention it again." Yuan Jinghong shrunk his neck and scratched his head awkwardly. "Hee, don't misunderstand. I am just curious. After all, His Majesty doesn't have the Tianjing Yuan meridian anymore. I thought it would be faster than before." What he asked was what everyone else wanted to know too. Jian Fengqi sneered and waved his bone fan. "Just watch." He didn't feel it before, but recently, he realized that other than the Tianjing Yuan meridian that had yet to recover, Chu Luyue seemed to be better than before in all other aspects. This feeling was very subtle and hard to describe. This was because the current Chu Luyue, whether it was the grade of her Yuan meridian or her personal strength, couldn't be compared to the previous Shanghai Yu at her peak. Most people felt that although she had returned, she was still a little worse than before. If it weren't for the fact that she had formed a contract with a mythical beast, received the recognition of the Tianling scepter, and even had Taizu's favor, she wouldn't have been able to sit on the throne for long. However, in Jian Fengqi's opinion, it was even more shocking that she had grown from a good-for-nothing with a damaged Yuan meridian to her current level in just 1 or 2 years. These people were either familiar with Shanghai Yu or Chu Luyue. He was the only one who had a deep understanding of her 2 identities. That was why he believed that she would definitely win today's battle. Chu Luyue focused all her attention on the breakthrough. This made her ignore the passage of time. However, for the others who were waiting, it was a torment. Have you guys realized that the golden force seems to have decreased a lot compared to the beginning? It seems to have decreased by at least half. Other than the force that was devoured by Jun Zhuqing at the beginning, most of the remaining force has entered Shanghai Yu's body, right? Is she really going to take all the force for herself? I don't think it's that easy. Didn't you see that the divine force left behind by Taizu is still eyeing her covetously? Speaking of which, it originally belonged to the Dark North royal family. It's really inappropriate for her to snatch it away. You can't say that. The Dark North royal family invited everyone for the opening of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Since they dared to invite us, they should have made the necessary preparations. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound was heard as the 3rd lightning tribulation struck down rapidly. Many people who were guarding the main peak felt the approaching pressure and had no choice but to retreat again. This time, the Dragon Abyss sword used up the last of its remaining force to barely block the lightning tribulation. Finally, the light dissipated, and the sword fell to the ground. If it weren't for the black shield and pure gold armor protecting her, Chu Liyue's body would have been crushed by the spreading shockwaves. After being repeatedly attacked by the terrifying force, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth again. Taizu's voice carried a hint of anxiety. "Girl. The Dragon Abyss sword can no longer fight. Are you still not ready?" Chu Luyue looked at the motionless water droplet in her dantian and slowly clenched her fists. If I don't break through, the fourth lightning tribulation will descend very soon. When that time comes, I'm afraid, if she didn't break through to level 7, the only outcome would be defeat. Rumble. As if to verify Taizu's words, the fourth lightning tribulation appeared in the clouds in the blink of an eye. Its force was obviously stronger than before. At this moment, a buzzing sound finally came from the water droplet. Chu Luiyue was delighted. However, just as the corners of her mouth curled up, she heard Taizu shout in shock. How could this be? Chu Luiyue sensed the abnormality and looked up. She saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, and a lightning tribulation was moving quickly like a silver snake. Beside it, another lightning tribulation was gathering. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 993. After the appearance of the fourth tribulation lightning, the fifth tribulation lightning followed closely behind. Upon seeing this scene, Chu Luiyue widened her eyes in shock and confusion. What's going on? Buzz. Another buzzing sound came from the water droplet. Ripples appeared on its surface, and the 6 lines on it started to tremble violently. In the sky, the fifth tribulation lightning seemed to be responding to it, and it quickly gathered. An ominous feeling surfaced in Chu Luiyue's heart. You can't be, Buzz. Another buzzing sound came from the water droplet, and another loud roar came from the clouds. Kaboom! Silver light flashed, and the sixth tribulation lightning also emerged from the dark clouds. Chu Luiyue's pupils shrank, and her heart sank rapidly. She guessed correctly. This commotion was caused by the water droplet. It was actually provoking the tribulation lightning. After the shock, Chu Luiyue's feelings were indescribable. She would never have thought that the one who brought her the greatest danger was not anyone else, but herself. The tribulation lightning was supposed to come one after another, and when she was ready, she could face it directly. How could so many tribulation lightning appear at once? Chu Luiyue's eyelids twitched, and she gritted her teeth. You don't want me to die fast enough? The water droplet ignored Chu Luiyue's question, and it continued to buzz. What followed was the continuous appearance of tribulations of lightning. The 6th. The 7th. The 8th. Almost in the blink of an eye, 5 tribulation lightning appeared in the sky. Taizu did not speak for a long time. When the 9th tribulation lightning gradually appeared, he finally could not help but speak. Girl, tell me honestly, what sin have you committed? Taizu's tone was serious and sincere. Because he was asking this question sincerely. Other than this reason, he really couldn't figure out why Chu Luiyue could summon so many lightning tribulations at once. One had to know that this was different from the ones summoned when forging divine artifacts. It was unknown how much stronger it would be. Earlier, with his help, they had barely managed to stop the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning. There were so many of them appearing at once, the entire ancient Phoenix Mountain would most likely be blasted into ruins. How could Chu Luiyue's frail body withstand it? Chu Luiyue was speechless at Taizu's question. She had long known that the water droplet had its own arrogance and was definitely not obedient. Under most circumstances, it wouldn't cause any commotion. However, once they moved, they were not to be underestimated. This was also the main reason why Chu Luiyue didn't use it often. Too much energy could easily cause trouble. Who would have thought that he would still fail this time? She only wanted to break through to become a rank 7 warrior, not be struck to death by these lightning tribulations in front of everyone. Facing Chu Luiyue's question, it didn't seem to care much and continued to devour the surrounding golden force quickly. At the same time, it let out a final buzzing sound. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes and looked up in despair. The 9th lightning tribulation had almost completely gathered. This was 6 lightning tribulations. Long Yuan sword. Taizu. Pure gold sacred armor. In front of these 6 lightning tribulations, all of them seemed so insignificant. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and her mind spun wildly, trying to find a way to solve the current predicament. However, after thinking about it, she realized that she was wasting her brain power in vain. This situation was simply unsolvable. The onlookers were also stunned by this scene. It wasn't that they had never seen a cultivator trying to break through to rank 7, nor was it that they had never seen a god's tribulation. Those who could come here were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were either top geniuses or peerless powerhouses. All of them were people of high status and tyrannical strength. What kind of storms and waves had these people not experienced? However, this scene really shocked them on the spot. God's tribulation. God's tribulation can actually have so many lightning tribulations at the same time? Gongsun Zhao's face was pale. Her eyes widened as she stared at the scene on the main peak, and her lips trembled slightly. The God's tribulation had always appeared one by one, and once the cultivator succeeded in meeting it, the process would immediately stop. Several lightning tribulations appearing at the same time. This was unheard of. This is 6 lightning tribulations, plus the previous 3, this is 9 lightning tribulations. Ning Yuan had already stood up, and his eyes were fixed on everything that was happening with a solemn expression. Rumor has it that if one can summon the 7th God's tribulation, it means that one will definitely reach the peak of rank 9 in the future. If one can summon the 8th God's tribulation, they will be able to enter the God's realm. And now, Shang Guanyu had summoned 9. What this meant was simply self-evident. At the same time, it was also shocking. Although Jun Qiji's expression was still calm, his fists were already clenched tightly. Back then, even the 9 ministers could only summon 8 lightning tribulations. Didn't this mean that Shang Guanyu's talent and potential in the future were even stronger than the 9 ministers? Tan Taichen's eyes were dull, and his body seemed to have been drained of energy. His limbs were weak, but his breathing was rapid. He took 2 steps back and barely managed to sit back down on the chair, but his heart was in a mess. 9 lightning tribulations. If she could really withstand it, impossible. Tan Taichen shook his head violently. Under 6 lightning tribulations, Shang Guanyu would definitely die. Between heaven and earth, there was only silence. Around the main peak of the ancient Phoenix Mountain, all the spectators looked at the lightning tribulations that almost lit up the dark sky, and all of them fell silent. Chu Luiyue stared at the sky fixedly. The bright light almost blinded her eyes. She remembered that when she was Shang Guanyu, she had summoned 8 lightning tribulations. This time, there were 9 lightning tribulations. Moreover, they appeared almost at the same time. "Girl, what should we do?" Taizu asked in a low voice. If the girl was destined to face such a calamity, then even if he had to give up this strand of his soul and scatter it, he would still save her. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath, and the corners of her lips curled up. Of course. We'll do what we have to do. No matter what method we use, we just have to endure it. As soon as she finished her sentence, she heard an old and hoarse voice in her ears. "Ha, ignorant child, you're really naive." Chu Luiyue's expression froze, and then her gaze turned sharp as she looked at the arrow not far away. Ever since she summoned the God's tribulation, it had stopped at the side and did not try to attack her. Baiming Taizu? Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. Other than this person, there was no other choice. You're indeed a rare genius, but unfortunately, you've come to the wrong place. This endless force was originally left by this old man for the Baiming bloodline. You should be punished for trying to snatch it. Now, this God's tribulation is enough to take your life without this old man's help. Chu Luiyue's lips curled into an extremely cold smile. Is that so? Originally, I wasn't very interested in this thing, but since you said so, then I'll snatch this divine power of yours first. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 994. Chu Luiyue waved her hand. A scarlet flame quickly appeared in her palm. Then, she flicked her wrist. Smack! The sound of something breaking through the air resounded through the mountain. A crimson flaming whip flew out in an instant. It flew straight towards the arrow. "Ha, you don't know what's good for you." The Dark North Taizu sneered. With the 6 lightning tribulations above, Chu Luiyue was facing a great disaster and could not even take care of herself. Under such circumstances, she still wanted to snatch the divine power that he had left behind? She was dreaming. Chi! The beautiful arrow quickly circled around and went straight for Chu Luiyue from another direction. After being tortured by the first 3 lightning tribulations, the Long Yuan's sword had almost exhausted all its energy and could not fight anymore. To the Dark North Taizu, this was undoubtedly a huge opportunity for him to attack. Originally, he had wanted to be a bystander and watch the lightning tribulations deal with her. He did not expect her to be so arrogant. Since that was the case, there was no harm in him attacking first to teach her a lesson. Smack! The long arrow that contained divine power was extremely fast, but Chu Luiyue's red flame whip seemed to have grown eyes and quickly wrapped around it. Boom! The scorching flame burned wildly. You do have some tricks up your sleeves. Unfortunately, in front of divine power, these are nothing but cheap tricks. The old and hoarse voice was full of coldness. The next moment, the colorful flowing light on the arrow flew up rapidly. It transformed into countless flying knives and directly cut the surrounding space. One after another, black spatial cracks appeared in the air. The red flame whip was also directly cut apart. Swoosh! The arrow broke free and went straight for Chu Luiyue again. A strong desire to fight flashed across Chu Luiyue's eyes, and then she waved her other hand lightly. A transparent flame silently flew out of her palm like a stream of water. It transformed into a huge net in mid-air and directly spread in the direction of the arrow. Do you think you can stop this old man by using the same method twice? The Dark North Taizu was obviously disdainful of Chu Luiyue's attack. The arrow did not slow down at all. Instead, it rushed over at an even faster speed. Several colorful light blades surrounded it, and they were extremely sharp. It looked like they were going to tear the huge net formed by the transparent flame in front of it. However, the moment the tip of the arrow made contact with it, the giant transparent net quickly spread out. It displayed an astonishing tension. This move not only did it avoid a fierce confrontation between the two sides, but it also caused the colorful light blades flying at the edge to lose their advantage. This time, it was as if he had punched cotton. He felt extremely aggrieved. You're so young, but you're so cunning. The Dark North Taizu snorted coldly, and the aura of the arrow's aura instantly. The sound of the terrifying power grinding against space was especially ear-piercing. Several black spatial cracks appeared around the tip of the arrow, but the transparent flame was not torn apart. It was still intact and it was still intact and was still. The Dark North Taizu then realized that something was wrong. This transparent flame, there was something fishy. However, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. The transparent flame net quickly shrank, trapping the arrow within. At the same time, the scarlet flame whip surged over again, covering the outside with another layer. A double-layered cage was instantly formed. The Dark North Taizu did not care about these 2 balls of flames before, but he soon realized that he could not break free from this cage. The beautiful and sharp arrow tried repeatedly, but it was blocked time and time again. At this moment, the Dark North Taizu realized that he had underestimated Chu Luiyue's strength. What is this? His tone began to become flustered and exasperated, with a hint of mania. Chu Luiyue slowly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sneered, but she did not explain. This scarlet flame was formed by the water droplets in her dantian. The transparent flame was the karmic fire that had been enshrined in the heavenly square cauldron for thousands of years. Its power was enough to suppress a divine beast like the legendary three-eyed eagle for thousands of years. It could even destroy its body and soul. These 2 were not ordinary items. Any one of them would be enough to make him suffer, let alone the 2 of them together. At the same time, Chu Luiyue was still devouring the surrounding golden force. The endless force pouring down from the three essences as one had almost been absorbed by Chu Luiyue by 2/3. This speed was not slow, and when he thought about how she was only a rank 6 warrior, it was even more shocking. Jun Juqing's gaze was cold, and a faint blood color flickered in the depths of his pupils. That arrow contained a strand of Dark North Taizu's divine power. He could feel the hostility of Taizu towards Chu Luiyue. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to attack earlier. At that time, he wanted to persuade him, but he did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the situation would become like this. The one who had the upper hand was actually Chu Luiyue. Her two flames were not ordinary, otherwise it would be impossible for them to trap the divine power. Seeing that the flames were burning fiercely, the originally brilliant light on the arrow gradually dimmed. Jun Juqing felt a rare sense of uneasiness in his heart. He mobilized the force in his body, and his robes fluttered. Then, he suddenly raised his hand, and an icy green chain was thrown out from his sleeve. It broke through the air. Green jade bone chain. The chain was faintly cold. At first glance, it looked like it was carved out of high-quality green jade, and it seemed very fragile. But wherever it passed, the void collapsed directly. It was enough to show the power of this chain. In the blink of an eye, the chain flew in front of the ball of flames. Poof! The two forces collided, one cold and one hot. The moment they touched, there was an ear-piercing burning sound. Jun Juqing narrowed his eyes, and the power in his hand increased again. The cold air on the green jade bone chain instantly surged. It pierced straight forward. The arrow sensed Jun Juqing's power and instantly charged forward. The internal and external forces overlapped, and a hole was finally torn in the boundary formed by the two layers of flames. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the green jade bone chain quickly wrapped around the arrow. Return. Jun Juqing retracted his wrist, and took the opportunity to bring the arrow back. Chu Luiyue seemed to have suffered a backlash from this force. Her body shook, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Jun Juqing's gaze turned slightly, and his gaze paused on her pale face for a moment, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Heh, you really treat her differently," an old and hoarse voice entered his ears. Jun Juqing's pupils shrank, and he looked at the arrow. "Taizu, you misunderstood, kid, who do you think I am doing this for?" Dark North Taizu interrupted him and sneered. "The endless force that ancient Phoenix Mountain has accumulated for 1,000 years, and this remaining divine power is all for the descendants of my Dark North royal family to step into the God realm. But you are so willing to give it up, you really disappoint me." Jun Juqing's eyes darkened. Just as he was about to explain, he saw the arrow suddenly change direction, and went straight for Chu Luiyue. She seemed to have sensed something, and she turned around. Then, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. She immediately raised her hand to stop it, but it was already too late. Chi! The gorgeous arrow pierced Chu Luiyue's chest. Chapter 995. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The warm, sweet, and fishy blood splattered on her face, making her look even more pitiful. Chu Luiyue grabbed the tail of the arrow almost as soon as it pierced her body. However, the arrow had already pierced her chest and was only half an inch away from her heart. Dark red blood gushed out from the wound. As she was wearing a red shirt, the blood gushing out was very inconspicuous. In addition, she had been constantly devouring the force and had left many wounds and bloodstains on her body. It was even more difficult to identify the arrow now. However, that dazzling arrow was so clear that everyone could see it clearly as it flickered with a dazzling light. "Lu Yu! Your Majesty!" Yuan Jinghong and the others saw this scene and exclaimed in unison. Mu Hongyu was about to rush over on impulse, but Jian Fengqi pulled her back. "What are you doing?" "Saving Lu Yu." Mu Hongyu was extremely anxious and tried to pry his hand away. "Why are you pulling me back? It'll be too late if you don't go now." You're still injured. Are you going to throw your life away? The usual carefree smile on Jian Fengqi's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. In her current state, she wouldn't be of any help even if she went over. Mu Hongyu was so anxious that her eyes turned red. How do you know I can't do it? She has the faint Yuan body. I just need to go over and bring Lu Yu back first. Jian Fengqi grabbed her hand and pinned her to the side. He looked up and met her red almond eyes. His harsh words were stuck in his throat. He paused for a moment and the cold aura around him gradually calmed down. That arrow wasn't enough to kill her. How did you? If she didn't want to, that arrow wouldn't have had a chance to succeed. Jian Fengqi quickly explained, but Mu Hongyu and the others were instantly stunned. You mean? Mu Hongyu suddenly thought of something. She turned around and looked at Chu Luyue without blinking. Did she do it on purpose? Because it was too unbelievable, Mu Hongyu's voice was very soft, almost inaudible. But at least it was much more stable than before. Jian Fengqi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He also raised his eyes and looked over. There was a complicated look in his icy peach blossom eyes. He was definitely one of the people who knew Shangguan Yu the best in the world. Especially when she was fighting, after suffering so many losses, it wasn't for nothing. Mu Hongyu gritted her teeth and calmed down a lot. Jun Zhuqing was extremely powerful. If she went there alone, it would be extremely difficult for her to bring Chu Luyue back safely. Not to mention that she was still injured. Right now, she could only rely on herself. Yuan Jinghong looked at Jian Fengqi strangely. Just now. Why was he so nervous about Mu Hongyu? He almost never showed such a cold expression to a woman. At that moment, could it be that he was really anxious? As if sensing his gaze, Jian Fengqi's expression changed slightly and he glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. There was an undisguised warning in his eyes. Yuan Jinghong immediately stretched out his hand obediently and pulled his mouth. Only then did Jian Fengqi retract his gaze in satisfaction. He slightly loosened his grip on Mu Hongyu's hand, but he didn't completely let go. He just held it like that. Taizu. When the arrow suddenly flew back, Jun Zhuqing knew that something was wrong and immediately wanted to stop it. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. In the blink of an eye, the arrow had already pierced Chu Luyue's chest. Seeing blood gushing out of her chest, Jun Zhuqing's eyes were instantly drowned in blood. A bone-chilling coldness spread out from his body. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Madness. Biting cold. Fury. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment. Because in the next moment, he saw a ball of flame burning in Chu Luyue's hand that was holding the arrow's tail. The arrow was once again surrounded by flames. Only this time, the power of the flames seemed to be much stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, the color on the arrow quickly faded. Jun Zhuqing only heard Taizu's hurried shout, and the rest came to an abrupt end. As if sensing his gaze, Chu Luyue looked up. The corners of her blood-stained lips curled up slightly, and a sly and presumptuous smile appeared. Jun Zhuqing instantly understood. The blood in his eyes quickly faded, like the waves that were quickly calming down. When he looked again, all that was left was a calm and deep river. It was as if that moment of losing control was just an illusion. He adjusted his expression too quickly, so much so that no one noticed the change in his expression. You did that on purpose? Jun Zhuqing spoke slowly. Although it was a question, his tone was affirmative. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows, and her smile deepened. Ah. It seems that my acting skills are not good enough. But it's fine as long as it's enough, don't you think? She admitted it. Jun Zhuqing's expression was cold. When he attacked just now, Chu Luyue purposely pretended to be weak and released the arrow. She knew that Taizu had long wanted to kill her and would definitely not let it go, so she deliberately let it go at this time. What she was waiting for was Taizu's counterattack. It's useless even if you snatch this divine power. If you can't eliminate Taizu's consciousness, then this divine power will never belong to you. Jun Juqing raised his hand. Return it to I. In exchange, I can help you, thank you for your good intentions, but there's no need. Chu Luiyue smiled brightly and immediately pulled out the arrow. 2 balls of flames quickly spread from her palms and completely surrounded it. Then, its figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. Jun Juqing frowned slightly, and his aura was faintly discernible. What do you want to do? It's not what I want to do, but what you're forcing me to do. As Chu Luiyue spoke, she used the flames to set up a translucent barrier around them. At the same time, the arrow in Chu Luiyue's dantian was quickly swallowed by the heavenly square cauldron. Sensing the heavy pressure coming from all directions, the Dark North Taizu finally realized that something was wrong and frantically tried to rush out. However, the heavenly square cauldron could even suppress the three-eyed eagle at its peak, let alone this incomplete divine power. No matter how the arrow struggled inside, the heavenly square cauldron did not move. What is this? The Dark North Taizu's voice had a hint of panic. How could a mere stage 6 warrior suppress his divine power? Chu Luiyue's mind moved, and the transparent karmic fire began to burn wildly. A short and hurried shout was heard, and immediately, the arrow began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. This divine power, I'll take it. Chapter 996. Soon, within the heavenly square cauldron, the arrow transformed into a ball of light the size of a fist. Its entire body was colorful and extremely magnificent. And the divine power that was slowly emanating from it was enough to make one's heart tremble in fear. However, within the heavenly square cauldron, its little bit of power did not seem to have any deterrence. In addition to the crazily burning transparent karmic fire, there were also two Tian babies floating inside. One of them was slowly approaching the ball of divine power. When the two were extremely close to each other, the ball of light seemed to feel some kind of threat. Even the light on top of it dimmed a lot. With the two Tian baby watching over it, the ball of divine power finally became much more obedient. Refine his remaining consciousness, said Yi Futian. Chu Luiyue instructed in her heart. As soon as she finished speaking, more flames instantly surged out of the heavenly square cauldron. The temperature also seemed to be much higher than before. The ball of light seemed to have sensed danger and was ready to move. It rushed upwards again. Swoosh! The two Tian babies suddenly flew up quickly and directly passed through the middle of the ball of light. Poochie! With a sound, the ball of light was instantly dispersed. When the ball of light gathered together again, it was smaller than before, but it looked more pure and clean. The two Tian babies seemed to have fallen in love with this game, and began to happily shuttle back and forth in the ball of light. Every time, it would make the ball of divine power purer. As for the remnant consciousness of the Dark North Great Ancestor, it was gradually dissipating under the repeated attacks. This made Chu Luiyue heave a sigh of relief. She turned her attention back to the golden force around her. At this time, she had almost devoured 4/5 of it. Of course, at the cost of this, her body was already covered in wounds and blood. Everything happened too quickly. Just when the crowd thought that Chu Luiyue would be crippled even if she didn't die this time, they saw her directly pull out the arrow. Then, the arrow disappeared, but Chu Luiyue was still fine. The speed at which she devours the force seems to have increased. Someone suddenly shouted, full of shock and disbelief. Everyone looked over. The golden origin power that filled the sky had indeed dissipated quite a bit compared to before. Without a doubt, they had all been devoured by Chu Luiyue. Logically speaking, her body shouldn't have been able to withstand so much origin power and should have exploded long ago. But, no. Jun Juqing cursed inwardly. Although he didn't intend to kill Chu Luiyue, this divine power still contained Taizu's consciousness. If it was taken away, he frowned and was about to attack. However, right at this moment, a loud bang suddenly resounded from the sky. Boom! He suddenly looked up and saw the 6 bolts of tribulation lightning swimming crazily in the clouds, about to strike down. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Jun Jiuqing's pupils shrank. The main peak of ancient Phoenix Mountain was where Taizu had broken through, so it had always been very hard. Previously, it had experienced many impacts, but it was still intact. Now that it suddenly cracked, it must be that the divine power had begun to be devoured by Chu Luyue. With a thought, the crack spread rapidly on the mountaintop. In the blink of an eye, it was like a spider web. Chu Luyue looked up and glanced at it. She didn't have much time left. A trace of madness flashed in her eyes. Immediately, she closed her eyes and the aura around her suddenly erupted. The golden origin power around her suddenly sped up and surged into her body. Poof! Because the sudden surge of energy was too much, a bloody wound appeared on Chu Luyue's wrist. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, the same thing happened all over her body. Previously, she had some external injuries caused by similar reasons, so she bled so much. However, those were still under her control. She knew the limit of her endurance, so she could control it well. However, at this moment, she couldn't care less. The remaining golden origin power, which was close to 1/5, rushed into Chu Luyue's body at an unimaginable speed. Bang! A crisp sound could be heard coming from his body. That was the sound of the Yuan Meridian exploding because it couldn't withstand the terrifying energy. Girl! You're crazy! Taizu suddenly shouted. If the physical body was damaged, it could be recuperated and adjusted. However, if the Yuan Meridian was broken, the impact would be great. Moreover, at this juncture, the Yuan Meridian was extremely important. She was cutting off her own path. Because of the intense pain, Chu Luyue's eyes were already scarlet red. Only the trace of determination in the depths of her eyes let others know that this was indeed her decision. I'm not crazy. Chu Luyue's voice was very soft, but it was filled with deep persistence. This is my only way. The lightning tribulation was about to descend. She had to immediately break through to become a rank 7 warrior. As she spoke, she absorbed all the surrounding golden origin power. At the same time, she also absorbed the ball of divine power that had shrunk to the size of a longan in the heavenly square cauldron. All the energy rushed into the small water droplet floating in her dantian. Bang! 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 The surging power was like a surging river, gushing down in an instant. The Yuan Meridian in Chu Luyue's body also exploded one after another. Her vision turned black. The clothes on her body were tattered, and there were bloody wounds everywhere. She was completely covered in blood. The last golden star disappeared. All the brilliant light quickly dimmed. Between heaven and earth, it was dark. Only the lightning tribulation in the clouds lit up half the sky. It flickered and swam quickly. It was wrapped in a shocking pressure, as if it was ready to descend and destroy the world at any time. She actually forcefully swallowed all this energy, all of it. Look. She seems to be bleeding. She's crazy. She's really seeking her own death. At this moment, everyone could finally see the situation at the top of the mountain. The girl in red sat quietly. There was a black shield in front of her and a dragon abyss sword lying beside her. Her black hair hung down. It was silent. However, around her and under her feet, the color of blood continued to spread. Looking at this situation, one would almost think that she was dead at first glance. Chu Luyue's eyes were tightly shut. The water droplet in her dantian spun quickly. It swallowed all the origin power and that ball of divine power and converted them into its own energy. The Yuan Meridian in Chu Luyue's body was still shattering. Under the impact of this terrifying energy, the lustrous and tough Yuan Meridian broke one after another. However, Chu Luyue could no longer care about that at this moment. She used all her strength to gather all this energy. Then, she charged toward the water droplet. Whoosh! It was like waves crashing heavily on a reef. Countless waves were created. A few patterns on the water droplet also started to vibrate violently. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the lightning tribulation in the sky finally descended. Chu Liuyue's figure was instantly enveloped by it. You're tuning into the A Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.